an additional 2 minutes. We have to wait another. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. تحية طيبة لجميع الحاضرين تاني يوم لمؤتمر تعزيز الحياة الصحية. برحب بيكم. أولا أحب أشكركم إن أنتوا استضفتوني في بلدكم الجميلة. بحس إن أنا هنا يعني في بلدي التانية. شكرا للضيافة الجيدة والمميزة دايما في وجودي في الرياض. تحية طيبة أيضا لتاني يوم لهذا المؤتمر المميز تحت رئاسة رئيس الاتحاد وفريق الاتحاد السعودي للرياضة للجميع السمو الأمير خالد بن الوليد بن طلال آل سعود. تنويه بسيط لجميع الحاضرين، الحقيقة احنا عندنا سماعات متواجدة على الكراسي اللي عندكم بتسهل على جميع الموجودين معانا ان انتوا تسمعونا، سواء بتساعد في الترجمة سواء بالإنجليزي أو العربي. رقم 1 هو العربي و2 هو الإنجليزي. بنتأمل إن جميع الحاضرين يكونوا متواجدين إن هم يحطوا أسئلتهم خلال الانتاير إيفنت. هحاول أنا والزملاء إن احنا نترجم من اللغة العربية للإنجليزية لكل الدكاترة الموجودين بالنسبة لأي أسئلة أو أي استفسار. There's no doubt yesterday we were enriched with a lot of content to digest. And after today, you and I are excited to get started, and probably we will. But I must warn you, don't let the following destructive thoughts creep up when you're on that journey of making changes. Words like, this will not work for me, this will not work for us. I want you to reverse that mindset and think of a moment of how can this work for you? What are the lessons I can learn from this and work on developing that? Ladies and gentlemen, truly anything that we do starts from our mind, and knowing what we want is the first step to getting where we want to be. Excellences, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Saudi for All Sports Federation SFA, second edition of Lifestyle and Health Conference, Day 2. If you've joined us today, we would like to remind you that this year's event's theme is exclusively aimed at enhancing your state of wellness and built around the foundation of 4 pillars: mind-body connection, injury prevention, food and nutrition, and exercise. As I shared in Arabic before, I just wanted to let everybody know that we've got an interactive Q&A where you'll be able to submit your questions to the panel of speakers throughout the entire day. You can also vote on any question that interests you. And I want to remind you, the key in our event passcode will be LEC-KSA, one word. One more time, it's LEC-KSA, one word, that's a passcode. So if you have any questions throughout the entire presentation, feel free to submit them through the pigeonhole. All right, I'm so excited to get started. I know you are as well. He has shared his experiences on extending life and preventing non-communicable diseases. But today we will be looking at balance, disease, and regeneration. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back on stage our next distinguished speaker, Dr. Scott Stoll. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. And good afternoon. How are you all? How many of you were here yesterday? So we have a few new ones. Welcome. It's so nice to have you. So much of lifestyle medicine is about the power of choice. So I'm going to give you all an opportunity to choose something right now. So this is something new for me. I've actually never done this. So if you're willing to take a little journey on something new, we'll do it together. So the choice is 2 things. During the presentation, we can exercise our way through the presentation together, or you can sit back, relax, and listen. So by a show of hands, how many of you would like to try and learn how to exercise while you're sitting or in an event? All right, looks like the hands have it. So we will try something new together. What we'll do, I'm going to teach you some exercises. I call them redeem the time exercises. I use these exercises on an airplane, if I'm sitting waiting for a meeting, if I'm on a phone call. I'll just work these into my life to redeem some of the time and gain some movement. And so hopefully when we're done today, I'll teach you how to kind of exercise your entire body, sitting anywhere, and redeem that time. Sound good? All right, so we're going to stand up first then while we go through our first slide. And while you're standing, just a brief introduction. We're going to talk today about 3 elements of recovery. 1 is sleep, 2 is stress, and the 3rd is body alignment. This really has to do with prevention of musculoskeletal injuries. I'm actually wearing a prop. I'm not going to tell you what it is, so I'll show you that later. All right, so first exercise we're going to do, this is redeem the time. If you're on the telephone, if you're standing and waiting, you can just squat down, just like a ski. So we're going to squat, and we'll hold it, all right, while I talk. I don't think I'll squat either. All right. So the Dalai Lama said this. When asked about what surprised him most about humanity, he said, man, because he sacrifices his health in order to make money. Then he sacrifices money to recuperate his health. Then he's so anxious about the future that he does not enjoy the present, the result being that he does not live in the present or the future. He lives as if he's never going to die, and then he dies having never really lived. How are your quads? Okay, you can stand up then. Well, stay standing because we'll go down and do another one. Isn't that amazing, though? That's how so many people live. As I talked about yesterday, when I asked so many of you, what's your number? How many years are you expecting to live in your life? Even if we want to live a long life, even if we set a number of 100 years that we want to live, if we never develop a plan to get there, then we're expecting, like the Dalai Lama says, to live forever, but never taking notice of the present, never taking account of our choices today. And so much of this conference is really about learning how to make the best choice right now, without guilt, without shame, without condemnation for past choices, just learning to make the best next choice. And so much of life, while we're talking, okay, number 2, squat down here. So number 2, the key to life is balance. And balance brings health, balance brings longevity. You all are doing a great job. And balance brings success. And so as we learn to bring balance in our time, balance in our relationships, balance in our finances, balance in our body alignment, balance in our food choices, balance in our sleep, as we develop balance, we develop this amazing resiliency and abundance in our lives. Y'all doing okay? Let's go a little lower. Y'all are doing great. So, okay, we'll start with sleep. You can stand up now. We'll do one more set, all right? You okay? Cyrus and I worked out hard this morning doing a hit, so how are your quads, Cyrus? So sleep is very important, and I'm going to summarize the sleep for you in just one sentence. Ideally, we should be sleeping 7 to 8 hours, going to bed around 10 to 11 at night, getting up between 5 or 6. Now, I know for a lot of us, that's not possible. If you ever had children, you know that disrupts your sleep more than anything, more than residency. But I want to go through some of the research and help you understand why we talk about this. And what I've done through the studies looking at sleep, I've tried to do 2 parallel tracks just to show you how sleep impacts everything. One track we're going to talk about is diabetes. The second is how sleep impacts human performance in athletes. And it's really to show that, you know, sleep, food, exercise, they all impact the same body systems. And when we do the right thing, the body systems operate correctly. All right, we'll go down one more time. One more squat. Ready? You all are doing great. We're going to do exercises sitting after this, all right? It's good. If you really want to work hard, you can hold your hands up and work your postural muscles in the back. There you go. So our body is built on circadian rhythms. So we're built, our body goes into the deepest sleep right after midnight. We have the lowest body temperature overnight. We begin to wake up in the morning. We have our best coordination right after lunchtime, fastest reaction times after lunchtime, best cardiovascular strength, late afternoon, highest blood pressure, highest body temperature, and then our body goes into sleep mode beginning about 11 o'clock. Okay, you can stand up. Well done. Cyrus is burning. Go ahead and sit down because we'll work on exercises sitting. So our circadian rhythms, when we look at sleep and our hormones, we can begin to see that no matter how we may try to shift our sleep, we'll never overcome the regulation and the timing of our hormones. So let's just look at a couple of these here. So let's first look at growth hormone, because that's regenerative. That's the orange spike there with GH. So growth hormone is secreted shortly after midnight. And that spike is important for regenerating, especially musculoskeletal tissue. It's like the construction crew that comes in after you go to sleep to rebuild the body. And we can see if you begin shifting your bedtime and you go to sleep at 2 o'clock in the morning, or if you're jet lagged and you start waking up at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, you miss your growth hormone spike and you'll miss the opportunity to regenerate your body. It's important for all of us. It's important for athletes because we don't want to miss the growth hormone spike. Melatonin, the green spike, is secreted right about 10 or 11 o'clock at night. That's secreted by the pineal gland, and it's in relationship to light striking your eye and the suprachiasmatic nucleus. That peaks overnight, and that takes you into deep sleep, and as we'll see in just a minute, that helps you get down into the deep sleep where your body regenerates itself. Your brain does kind of the janitorial services, and it brings kind of a regeneration to your body overnight. As we get ready to wake up in the morning, cortisol spikes, and that gets your heart rate up. It's preparing you to get ready for the day. That is hardwired into your system. If we shift our sleep one direction or the other, we miss those crucial opportunities for regeneration of our body. All right, next exercise. You ready? So we're going to work on our chest. So what we're going to do is put our palms together, and you're going to squeeze and then relax, and we'll go ahead and do 10 reps. This is shoulders and pecs, all right? Good job. So another hormone that's secreted at night that's really important that we don't often talk about is prolactin. You know, oftentimes we think about prolactin and breastfeeding, But prolactin is really important for metabolism, for your immune function, for reproduction, for adaptive recovery in athletes. There's a lot of interesting studies on the importance of prolactin secretion at nighttime and the regeneration of the body for athletes. Prolactin surge, as we can see, again, it's hardwired. It follows the growth hormone peak shortly after midnight. But that peak surge leads to improved sleep architecture. So it actually helps you get down into those deep, slow wave sleeps. And if we alter that sleep cycle, it alters those levels. And the altered levels can also be associated with carbohydrate cravings, which is detrimental for all of us. What are some of those things we actually might crave if we're not sleeping well? Cookies, cakes, sugar, right? Or you're the other side, it's chips, crackers, snacks. I walked to the store this afternoon to buy an adapter, and the man in front of me was checking out, and he had 3 bags full of junk. Candy bars, chips, I don't know what the other snacks were. I couldn't read the Arabic, but 3 bags full of just junk food. And you know, if we're not sleeping well, we're going to crave those, especially for people living with diabetes. It's important because if they develop carbohydrate craving and they start eating junk food, especially filled with oil, it's going to drive greater insulin resistance. All right, next exercise. You doing okay? So we're going to work our biceps now. So you're going to just pull up with your hand. Pull and hold for 30 seconds, and then we'll release. And just keep doing that until I'm done. Just with the slide, not finished, right? Okay, so your genome even sleeps at night. So it's amazing when we look at the body, everything in our body is designed to sleep at nighttime. And so our genome goes to sleep at night. So there are 11,200 genes that are activated early in the afternoon and only 690 at night. And we can see the spikes that happen during the day. And then again, overnight, we start seeing a reduction in our genomic activity. So here's just a little hypnogram which shows the kind of sleep architecture for someone. And we can see that, you know, shortly after we go to sleep at night, we enter into this deep stage 4 sleep. And then over that course of time, leading to about 3 a.m. is when we have the regenerative nature of sleep. And so that's why really working on a schedule that helps you get to bed on time is critical, because that deep sleep is correlated with the growth hormone and prolactin spikes. All right, switch to the other arm now. You ready? We'll do our right arm or left arm, whatever you started with. So your sleep is regulated by 2 synchronized processes. There's homeostatic and circadian rhythms. We kind of already talked about circadian rhythms. They're triggered by light. But the homeostatic is that during the day, we're active and we accumulate like a sleep debt as we get towards the late afternoon. And then we have to repay that debt overnight. If we're not repaying that debt overnight with children that keep you up at night, with medical school, with studies, with work, that debt accumulates over time, and it actually begins to cause degeneration of the body, as we'll see a little bit later. All done with that arm? So now we're going to work on our tricep. So just take the same arm and push down. Push and hold, and just do a set of 10 on each arm. So restorative sleep is really what we're after, because we want to regenerate our bodies. And so restorative sleep ideally is 7 to 9 hours. Teens need about 9.5 hours, and infants should be sleeping 16 hours at night. Your sleep is critical for mood, memory, cognition, your immune function, and repair and regeneration of your body. 60% of adults are never asked about sleep by their healthcare providers, which is shame on us. It's critical for repairing and rebuilding the immune system. And so, you know, we saw with the pandemic that lots of people stayed up and binged watched things on television and disrupted their sleep, ate poorly, and so they suppressed their immune system. And whether or not they got COVID, they're also susceptible to other infections. So sleep is a critical component of not only a healthy lifestyle, but a regenerative lifestyle. All done with your triceps? All right, so next we'll work on our core. So what you're going to do is just pull your belly button back to your spine 20 times. Can you see that? So you're just pulling your belly button to touch your spine. And you should feel a contraction. So 20 reps there. Doing okay? Anybody sweating yet? All right, good job. All right. Common sleep disruptors. So research here from Saudi Arabia, 33.8% of Saudis sleep in less than 6 hours per night, which is a third of the people. Somebody raising their hand, they're sleeping less. 78% of people report poor sleep quality. So 3/4 of the population are not sleeping well. And what's amazing is poor sleep is a comparable risk factor to physical inactivity for the development of insulin resistance, inflammation, and lifestyle diseases. So we're promoting activity, which is very important, at least 30 minutes per day. We're promoting a whole food plant-based diet to reverse insulin resistance, but sleep is equally critical, not only for those that are living with diabetes, but also for those that are looking to be healthy. So in the last 50 years, the average self-reported sleep duration has decreased by 1.5 hours. Why? Technology, right? Phones. And in aging, we have a decrease in slow wave sleep and an increase in non-REM sleep, which is associated with more spontaneous awakenings and can be related to some of the challenges that the elderly have with inflammatory processes. All right, you done with your core? All right, so next one, if you can do it, we'll just hold a leg out. Just pick one leg and hold it out. Hold it out until I finish this slide, and then we'll go to the next leg. I'll say, okay, so what happens when sleep architecture is altered in athletes? And so this is really important. You know, athletes are often traveling, like the Olympic athletes are now in Beijing, and elite athletes are often in multiple time zones. But athletes, even in junior high, high school, while they're trying to manage school and athletics, can push their bedtimes and end up short on sleep. In fact, you know, the evidence today is that the majority of teens are not getting adequate sleep, both because of activities and the inclusion of technology into their lives. So for athletes, we see that when their sleep is disrupted, they upregulate their inflammatory cytokines, so they shift into the production of inflammation. They have greater impaired immune function. And one of the issues for athletes that is rarely talked about today in competition is the infections that are frequent right before a major competition. I've worked with the U.S. Olympic bobsled team, and I was a team physician at a major university in the United States. And without fail, because of the stress of the event and things leading up to the events, people get sick right before the event. And if you've trained your entire life and you happen to get sick before the Olympics and you're not at your peak performance, it's devastating. And so sleep is a core component of repairing and maximizing the immune system. We also see that sleep is important for maintaining the autonomic nervous system and heart rate variability. Heart rate variability is an excellent measure of the body's stress level. And so disruption of that occurs with poor sleep. Okay, why don't you switch to the other leg now? I don't want you to burn I think you already switched on me, didn't you? All right, so the next one is that with poor sleep architecture, we have increased catabolic hormones. What are catabolic hormones versus anabolic? Catabolic means what? Breakdown. Anabolic means building up. So we have a greater degree of catabolic hormones breaking down the body, which leads to impaired protein muscle synthesis. So you're not able to rebuild your muscles even after a workout, and blunted training adaptation. So I faced this in college until I finally woke up my senior year in college. I was going to college, pre-med, working, and running track. And I was always a hard worker, wanted to be first, and so I would push myself every single day. And I was starting to break down because I wasn't sleeping enough at night. By the time I reached my senior year, I recognized that, number one, I needed to get more sleep, and number two, I needed to listen to my body, and if I was tired, I needed to rest. And so the rest allowed me to recover, and my performance increased dramatically. So we have to give our body the opportunity to rest. All right, good. Done with the quads? Okay, next one. Sitting in your seat, I just want you to squeeze your glutes together, your gluteal muscles. So just work on squeeze and hold your glutes. That's for the team last night. All right, so altered sleep. Decreased slow wave sleep in young men. So young men, active athletes, their sleep is disrupted. They have lower growth hormone spikes. They have a delay in repair and increased weight gain. So even though they may be working out, because of that disrupted growth hormone that we saw earlier, they actually have a greater propensity to gain weight, and that's fat, and they are not able to rebuild their musculoskeletal system. They have reduced leptin levels, increased ghrelin, which is related to hunger signals. They have elevated BMIs, and they crave carbohydrates. We also see in young athletes, they have elevated cortisol levels with poor sleep, and they have disruption of their microbiome. And then finally, poor sleep activates the neuronal reward centers and may increase their susceptibility to eat. So sleep is really critical. Okay, next we'll work on our calves. So while you're sitting there, just do some toe raises. How you doing? You all right? All right. So this is looking at people living with diabetes. So when they begin to have a gradual circadian misalignment, so this is shift work. Somebody's working a late shift or an overnight shift. They did a study with 21 healthy participants with gradual circadian misalignment for 30 consecutive days. So, about a month of disrupted sleep. And they found that even in this healthy population of people, there was a 32% reduction in insulin response to a standard meal. Their metabolic rate was reduced with desynchronized sleep, but their levels returned to normal after just 9 days of recovery sleep. So it goes back to what I started with yesterday, that your body's natural state is health. And when we give it the opportunity to be healthy, when we add in a good night's sleep, the body rebounds. All right, ready for round 2 of the calf raises? All right, so this slide, do another set of calf raises. So looking at sport and athletes again, sleep and recovery, we see that reduced sleep in an athlete, athletes have 1.7 times more risk of having an injury and a negative effect on the recovery after training. So substantial increased risk of injury, not having a good night's sleep. In all of my years of sports medicine and sports education, nobody ever taught me about this. Nobody ever taught me that athletes have a greater risk of an injury because they didn't get a good night's sleep. They also shift into a pro-inflammatory state, and they have, as we talked about earlier, reduced resistance to infectious diseases. On the positive side in the literature, they show that if you get an adequate good night's sleep, you have an improved recovery from injuries. Studies found that reduced sleep delayed concussion recovery time and a reduced risk of re-injury during rehabilitation. So looking also at now in the parallel track of diabetes with sleep, we see a large meta-analysis that sleep deprivation of 5 to 6 hours per night was associated with an increased risk of type 2 diabetes. A single night of partial sleep deprivation induces insulin resistance in people with type 1 diabetes. Isn't that amazing? Just one night of sleep deprivation. We also see increased insulin resistance in the fat cells, the adipocytes, in healthy men and women with acute bouts of sleep curtailment. And finally, both short and long sleep are associated with increased risk of type 2 diabetes, and then circadian misalignment or shift work doubled insulin resistance and inflammation in people. Isn't that incredible? Doubled it. For every 30 minutes of weekday sleep debt, the risk of obesity and insulin resistance at 12 months increased by 18 and 41%. Sleep is important, isn't it? So some different sleep interventions. Just to show the benefits, I just want to focus on the middle one, that adolescents with type 1 diabetes had a 7.4% improvement in glucose levels with the addition of just 15 minutes of sleep at night. It's incredible. In another intervention, in healthy volunteers, 2 nights of catch-up sleep with 10 hours per night after 4 nights of 4.5 hours improved their insulin sensitivity, restored their disposition index, and a dramatic improvement. So the basic prescription we've already talked about. We don't need to go into great detail. 7 to 8 hours a night. Turn off your screens about an hour before bedtime. Do something peaceful. No caffeine in the afternoon, ideally. Avoid napping. And just work on trying to create that strategy for getting to bed between 10 and 11 at night, getting up between 5 and 6 if your work life allows that. So let's briefly look at stress. So chronic psychological stress has a profound impact on our health. And what's amazing is lots of people live with this chronic psychological stress, And we don't even realize it because it's kind of a new normal. We live in an environment in a fast-paced world today where we are dealing with all kinds of messages from Messenger and Facebook and text and WhatsApp and emails and countless email accounts that you might have. We have phone calls, we have family issues, we have children that we're working with, we have work. So there's lots of potential channels through which stress can enter our lives. And at least for me, for many years, stress was my friend. Mentally, I had learned in medical school to hire stress to get things done. I would just tell myself, you got to ramp it up to get it done. What was I really doing? I was just activating my stress response, turning on my noradrenaline, epinephrine, and cortisol so that I could accomplish something. Then I would try to go to bed at night. Because I was so ramped up, I couldn't sleep. My mind was thinking, and I got poor night's sleep. What happens after a decade of doing that? You hurt yourself. And so I came to a place where my wife said, do you know what? You're hiring stress to get things done. You need to fire stress and hire something else to accomplish your task. So I made a mental shift in my life to fire stress and instead to hire balance. And so I learned how to manage my schedule, to say no to certain things, to create boundaries that I would not cross, and I regained my health. But it honestly took me 2 years to regain my health after pushing myself that long. So if we look at what happens with chronic psychological stress, we see the hypothalamic pituitary axis is activated, so we have this ramp up of cortisol, which drives the accumulation of abdominal fat. The autonomic nervous system is upregulated because of epinephrine and norepinephrine. All of these things end up driving insulin resistance, elevating your hemoglobin A1C, increasing triglycerides. We have inflammatory cytokines, which cause dysfunction of the endothelium, all driving not only type 2 diabetes, but injury of the endothelium, cardiovascular disease, and a host of other challenges. We also see with chronic cortisol exposure, we see gluconeogenesis in the liver, driving hyperglycemia. We see increased lipolysis of the fat cells, which increases free fatty acids in our bloodstream, driving greater insulin resistance and inflammation. And at the muscle level, we see decreased insulin signaling. We see increased proteolysis. What is that? Breakdown of muscle. Which muscles are broken down, preferably with stress? Fast twitch muscle fibers. So for an athlete training under stressful conditions, they're breaking their body down while they're trying to rebuild and advance their career. So what are some of the studies in elite athletes? This is the 2022 Saudi Winter Olympic team, which I love, and we wish them all the best. So for elite athletes with insulin resistance and stress, we see that psychological stress causes the release of glucose and lipids with inflammatory cytokine expression, as we've talked about, increased blood pressure. But if that stress is repeated and sustained over time, it increases this load on the body, causes dysregulation of your glucose metabolism, neuroendocrine function, increased inflammation, and all of that leads to impaired healing and decreased immune function. Now, why is that important? Elite athletes are always operating at the edge of injury. When they exercise, they're always causing small micro tears in their muscle and in their tendons. So if the body's not able to repair itself at night through that prolactin and growth hormone spike, because of this chronic cortisol load, they're more susceptible to tendon and muscle tears. We also see that, this is what I was talking about, the tissue damage from exercise causes the shift in the immune balance from a type 1 immunity to type 2. They have increased risk of infections, prolonged duration of injuries, upper respiratory tract infections, and then we talked about the destruction of fast twitch muscle fibers. But it's never a part of a prescription that I've seen regularly in sports medicine. So what is the prescription? We've talked about this. They should recover. Practitioners need to consider that recovery following training competition does not involve recovering physically. They need to work on psychologically disengaging from their sport. Anybody that's been involved at high-level athletics, you know, your mind is always on thinking about what else should I be doing, what else can I be doing, what else is my competition doing. But what's really important for the athletes is they need to find time to disengage from sport, do something else, practice mindfulness, and allow that stress to dissipate so that their cortisol levels can come back down to a normal level. And maybe one of the most important slides that I'm going to share in the entire conference, because it's critical for all of us, and I think it's one of the antidotes for stress, for fear, is gratitude. And this is the research on gratitude. I went back and actually looked at the peer-reviewed research. We hear a lot about gratitude and how beneficial it is, but what does it actually do for your body? It activates the reward centers of the brain and increases the release of dopamine and serotonin, improving neural coupling in the bliss centers of the brain. What are the bliss centers? We want to be blissful, happy, joyful. So by choosing gratitude, it naturally causes a reaction in your brain that turns on the bliss centers so that you feel more happy by choosing gratitude. It enhances the cognitive restructuring and invokes positive thoughts, naturally reducing fear and anxiety. Choosing to be grateful sweeps out anxiety and fear. It mitigates the effects of stress, reducing cortisol by 23%. Choosing gratitude naturally dampens the cortisol effect, lowers your blood pressure, lowers inflammation, lowers the lifetime risk of depression, facilitates improved sleep patterns, improves heart rate variability, as we talked about earlier, enables people to be more likely to exercise, eat healthier diets, less likely to smoke, higher adherence rates to medications and healthy lifestyles, improves relational trust, loyalty, and sustainability, increases neuromodulation in the front part of the brain, resulting in reduced guilt, shame, and violence. Wow. That is powerful, isn't it? It's not in a pill. It's not a prescription. It's a choice. And as I like to tell my children every day, this is not a choice to think one time during the day I'm going to be grateful. It's a natural attitude of looking for things to be grateful in the course of the day. The simple things, the beautiful things, the relationships, the opportunities that we all have. And so it's developing a lifestyle of gratitude. And if you don't leave with anything else that you've learned from me, I hope you take a picture of this one slide and develop a lifestyle of gratitude, because it will change everything for you. So let's talk about something totally different, body alignment. So the prop that I wore today are my zero drop shoes. So most shoes have a small heel, and the heel shifts us forward. As it shifts us forward, it changes the alignment of our body. You know, if we look at most people around the world that don't wear shoes, they have wide feet, they have strong feet, they have flexible feet. As they step down, their arch collapses. As they roll forward onto the first two toes of their foot, their arch springs up, and they are able to move off of that foot. The zero drop shoes help with that alignment. And like in everything in life, everything is connected. These little children are connected not only by their hands, but by relationship. Hippocrates said this: healing's a matter of time, but it's also a matter of opportunity. And so the opportunity that we have to give our body in healing is posture and alignment. So one more exercise for you as we're doing this. I want you to squeeze your shoulder blades together 10 times. Try to touch your shoulder blades in the back. What we're doing is we're restoring some of that postural alignment that begins at the ankle, connecting up through the knee, the hip, the SI joints, along the paraspinals, to the occiput of the head. And when things are in alignment, we lose a lot of the muscle tension. It takes a lot of pressure off the body, decreases the body's risk for having degeneration. So this tension and integrity that we see in the body is called tensegrity, biotensegrity. We think about the body as this kind of individualized, reduced system of 665 muscles that are independent, but really everything is connected, and it is bound by this connective tissue called fascia, just like the stakes and the rope that hold this tent together. So this is biotensegrity when we look at the human body and how the body moves. You know, you look at the dancer, you look at the baseball player and a golfer, it's not an individual muscle group, it's an entire system that is moving together, that is connected and moving through this connective tissue. And what happens over time, we have disrupted alignment that leads to abnormal wear and tear, that leads to conditions where you develop pain, and pain is just the warning light that tells us something's wrong. And then we have a condition like this. This is one of my patients. He's 85 years old. How old is the knee on your left? 85. And the knee on the right is 85 years old. The knee on the left is in great shape. The knee on the right required a partial knee replacement. And the arthritis is not because of aging. What happened to this man? He injured his ankle in his 20s, never rehabbed the ankle. The ankle was tight, and as he walked, he would collapse his knee in, started to break down the cartilage in his knee, and because his alignment was off, he wore his knee out. So as we're talking about regeneration and posture, body alignment is crucial for all of us, and it's something simple we can do, even as you've learned today sitting in your chair. So just real quickly on posture, the devices have wrecked our posture, and because of that, we can begin to see how it impacts the health of our body. It affects every system in our body, including our lungs, neurovascular bundles in our wrists, causing carpal tunnel syndrome. And so this posture and position needs to be counteracted every day by body alignment and posture exercises, so that we can do things like this in our 90s, but we don't get there without consistent active exercise. So what's the prescription for exercise and alignment? It's postural exercises like we talked about. As you've heard this week, it's learning how to move more, and I've taught you that today sitting in your chair with the Redeem the Time exercises. Adding resistance exercise to your life, whether it's bands, push-ups, body weight, or weights, is really critical. Redeem the time, like we've talked about. Do something that you enjoy. Find something that you enjoy. And so one of the fun things that we love to do as a family, I play Tickle Monster with my children. I'm giving away my secrets now. So I will chase them around for 30 minutes up and down the stairs playing Tickle Monster. I get a tremendous workout in, and they have a lot of fun in the process. It's called Redeeming the Time. So Maya Angelou, a famous poet in the United States, said this: "I did then what I knew how to do. Now that I know better, I do better." So as you're learning all of this lifestyle information, as you're sharing it with your clients and your patients, I love this quote because it helps people understand, I did then what I knew how to do. There's no shame or guilt in what we did in the past we didn't know, but now that we know better, we do better. And it's simply about making that next right choice. So thank you for your time and attention, and we'll look forward to being back up here later for a Q&A.
We'll grab an opportunity for a question. Any questions, ladies and gentlemen? This is a great opportunity. We have room for one or two questions. Can we get a runner over? Yeah, the microphone is going to be right there. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Aziz Saleh. I just want to ask about something related with the part of sleeping. Actually, time to time, last few weeks, sometimes when I woke up, I feel that I had energy and I had a good sleep, and actually affecting the whole day, outcomes of my whole day in a good way for sure. How can I know? The question is, how can I know what affected me and gave me that great sleep?
You know, some of the things that you can look at are, first, look at what you were thinking about. You know, oftentimes our sleep is disrupted by stress and by thoughts. We lay down and we don't ever kind of put our mind to rest before we go to sleep. So think about, you know, what were you thinking about at that time? Number two, think about what you ate or drank. You know, eating, they found that eating your dinner earlier rather than later impacts your sleep. They found that if you eat your food after, 6, 7 p.m., your body increases the production of hydrochloric acid by 50% in your stomach. So people lay down, they start getting reflux because they ate later, but it's really because their body is responding to the food. Think about activity levels. Were you active that day? So it's just like, it's reflecting back on your lifestyle that led to that good sleep and trying to find those elements of things that you did right so that you're able to achieve that good night's sleep.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for your question.
The lady over there. She's got one question. Lady over there. Yep.
Oh, in the back.
She's right behind you.
Thank you for promoting sleep, Dr. Scott.
You're welcome.
Just another question on sleep. Is there any harm for sleeping too much, like more than 9 hours? That's one question. And any advice for those who suffer from like chronic insomnia?
That's a really good question. So there is some literature that suggests if you sleep more than 10 hours, it's actually a U-shaped curve on sleep. So it's ideal that 7 to 8, maybe 9 hours of sleep. But as you start to go into the long sleep, there's also detrimental effects to the long sleep. Insulin resistance, inflammation, and disruption. So you really want to stay in that 7 to 9 hours ideally. Insomnia is challenging, and so you have to really work through the reasons for the insomnia. Oftentimes I found in my practice, it's related to anxiety and stress. And so I always start with mindfulness, learning how to release those things, writing things down on a paper, putting them on the nightstand so you'll pick them up in the morning, you're not taking them to bed with you. Creating an environment that enhances peaceful night's sleep. You know, it can be essential oils, it can be lighting, turning off all screens at least an hour before because the light disrupts your circadian rhythms. But oftentimes I found that insomnia, more often than not, is related to stress and anxiety. There are some medical conditions that may require a workup with a physician. Just going through, making sure you don't have hyperthyroidism or some other conditions. So a good lab work is important. If insomnia has been something someone has struggled with for a while, then a good physical exam and good lab panel, as well as then working on that kind of emotional component of sleep. Thank you for your question.
We have one more, as I want to be respectful of time. Are there any more questions? All right. Thank you, Dr. Scott. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. All right, next session. I just wanted to let you know that we do have sessions taking place in the next hall. So there's going to be Mind-Body Connection by Nouf Al-Yusuf, as well as a cooking session in the outdoor plaza. All right, coming up next. You can start a task. That task could be difficult, could be boring, which is opposite effect of a dopamine reward that you can get from picking up your iPhone or getting up and eating something. How to avoid distractions, how to do anything meaningful in your life and keep yourselves on task without having to chase a squirrel. Next, coming up, please welcome our next distinguished speaker, Optimizing Performance, Dr. James Loomis. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. We've got it over here.
All right, good afternoon, and welcome everybody. So what I want to talk today is about optimizing performance. There's going to be a little bit of overlap from yesterday, but what I want to do is a little bit deeper dive into what it really means to be optimally well and to perform really at your peak. And as we discussed yesterday, I think if you frame optimization, what it means in the terms of our kind of evolutionary biology, we talked about this yesterday, as human beings, what did we evolve to do, right? Well, it was mainly to survive long enough, pass on our DNA, and what we had to do for that to happen was find food when we're starving, not be someone else's food when they're starving, required physical activity. That's when we had rest, recover, and refuel. That cycle of stress, activity, recovery builds resilience. That's training, right? Training for a marathon, lifting weights. And again, we evolve. We kind of have to counteract some of the evolutionary drive when we want to perform at a high level. We're designed not to exercise because the less exercise we did, the less, like if you had, say you had 1,000 calories you needed to get to tomorrow. If you have to spend 1,000 calories, you have to find 2,000. If you don't have to spend any, you only have to find 1,000. So we're actually designed. We're trying to counteract sometimes, especially if you're training as an athlete. We're really trying to counteract the evolutionary drive to be efficient, if you will. Our stress historically came from not having food, not being someone else's food. So we evolved a stress system. Dr. Stoll just talked about this. We have adrenaline to get us ready to perform, and then we have cortisol, which is part of our recovery system. But too much cortisol, as you'll hear in a minute, as you just heard, can turn against us. And again, this repetition is how we how we got stronger, faster, smarter. So again, we're designed to be physically active, and we don't do that anymore. And it's this disconnection from our evolutionary lifestyle which impairs performance, whether it be athletic performance or health, right? We don't eat what we're designed to eat. You know, it's human. So what did our ancestral diet look like? And we're going to talk a bit more about this in a minute. But, you know, we were not hunter-gatherers like we may perceive in temperate climates. I'm not talking about the Inuits in the subarctic. We were gatherer-hunters. And what we gathered was primarily unprocessed plants. Roots, stems, leaves, seeds, fruits, nuts, vegetables, berries. I mean, there was no white flower tree or canola oil bush or Dr. Pepper nut to choose from, right? We didn't have dairy. We talked about this yesterday. We had to domesticate other mammals to get access to their milk. And when did that occur? Well, it was about 7,000 to 8,000 years ago. Well, that may seem like a long time, but if you look at the whole expanse of human history, it's literally a blink of an eye, right? And probably more importantly, if you think about what dairy is, you know, it's a biologic fluid that evolved to facilitate a baby mammal turning into a mammal big enough to find food on its own. And once that happens, we don't need our mother's milk anymore, right? And that's why we don't see human milk on the grocery store shelf to bring home and put on our cereal. So the idea that we should be consuming another mammal's milk that evolved to facilitate a 70-pound cow turn into a 700-pound cow just doesn't make a lot of sense from a biologic standpoint. And the other interesting thing, which we didn't talk about yesterday, was you know, we have a gene, we have an enzyme in our gut called lactase, which helps us digest milk sugar, right? And that gene is actually designed to turn off when we're about 4 or 5 years old because, once again, we don't need our mother's milk. But due to a genetic mutation, mainly, it happened in about three, we think it happened in about 3 parts of the world. Here in the Middle East, North Africa, and a small area of sub-Saharan Africa. It coincided with the largest population that had this mutation was in Northern Europe. And because that was that 8,000 years ago when we domesticated mammals for the first time in history, we had access to other mammals' milk. And because of glaciation, there was less availability of plant-based proteins. So all of a sudden, having this dairy as a food source provided a transient survival advantage. So that gene got passed into a very small part of the population. About 20-25% of the world population has lactose persistence, but the rest of the world is lactose intolerant because that's what we're designed to be. And when I learned this, and it wasn't that long ago, you know, I always perceived lactose intolerance was the problem, right? Lactose intolerance is our natural state. So once again, I think that's more evidence that we're really not designed to use dairy products other than our mother's milk. You know, we eat too much meat. Our ancestors, again, we weren't hunter-gatherers, we were gatherer-hunters. We don't know for sure how much meat they ate, but best estimates, probably about 20-25% of our calories came from animal products, 75-80% from plants. But, a few important points. They were wild animals, not cows, pigs, chickens, fish, which have now been stuffed full of corn and antibiotics and hormones, have really become another form of processed food. And more importantly, I think we could argue that those ancestors had a survival advantage to having concentrated animal fat and protein to get big and strong, get away from leopard before they died with some infectious disease when they were 30. So they never had to worry about if I overconsume meat, especially the processed food, the meat that we consume today, am I going to get diabetes? We've already learned the association between Western diet and diabetes and heart disease and on and on. Because they were already dead. They'd already died of this infectious disease. And we've unmasked these chronic diseases as we've extended the human life expectancy, mainly through sanitation and antibiotics over the last couple hundred years. And, you know, and then you step back and think about the environmental consequences of how we raise animals today, how we treat the animals. You know, I think you can make a very strong argument that a plant-strong diet at a minimum and a whole food plant-based diet, ideally, is the ideal diet for health and performance. Furthermore, we just heard an amazing talk by Dr. Stoll about what happens when we don't recover from stress, right? We don't get enough sleep. Our sleep's not restful. We drink too much caffeine. We drink too much alcohol. We stress out too much, so we don't recover from the stress that we have. We're not running and fighting emotionally anymore. It's this, you know, we worry about jobs and money and COVID, which disrupts our sleep. And all this has just gotten worse. You know, this process started as we moved from a hunter-gatherer society, or I would say gatherer-hunter society, to an agricultural society. everything's kind of been downhill since then, right? I mean, if you look at the remains of humans that were hunter-gatherers compared to people who thrived in an agriculture society, our health actually deteriorated 10,000 years ago when we moved. We moved from this kind of wide variety of plants that we gathered every day to a grain-based society, and that's just gotten worse as we've moved forward. Mainly driven by technology, processed food, computers. We don't move. We don't have to sit in front of the TV all day. And as part of that, on the physical activity side, physical activity, as we talked yesterday, has really devolved into exercise, right? So we view exercise today as a discrete event. I have to put on special clothes. I have to go to a special place. I, go to do a special thing, and it starts and it stops. And we tend to make it a binary state. We either do that or we sit on the couch, right? And so, and again, it's very common. Most people don't exercise, and this is where we've ended up, right? And I would even argue in my clinical practice, 90% plus. I mean, this is, I'm sure this may be starting to sound like a broken record, right? Because 90% plus of the cause of 90% plus of the chronic problems I see every day in my office, you've heard about all this, right? Diabetes, heart disease, you're going to hear about brain disease, brain health, on and on and on. The root cause is this evolutionarily mismatched lifestyle. In the United States this year, we're going to spend $4 trillion treating the consequences of this mismatched lifestyle, right? So when you flip this equation upside down and understand that when we lead this lifestyle we're designed to lead, that's what provides us optimum health and leads to optimum performance. And, again, here in Saudi Arabia, look at healthcare costs as Western disease. You've heard about prevalence rates of heart disease and on and on, diabetes, over the past couple decades, how much those have risen. There's an economic cost to that. There's many, many diseases specifically. The interesting thing about this list, right? What else contributes to these diseases? We've already heard about it. The food that we eat, lack of sleep, too much stress, right? This is just talking about the exercise, but it's just one part of it. Sometimes I think we practice health reductionism, right? We treat your heart differently. We treat your diabetes, and differently we treat your brain, and differently we treat your skin. But again, the root cause, 90% of the cause of all of these things is a disorder in one of these three domains, right? And so to be well, again, we have to reconnect. We've talked a lot about connections. We have to reconnect our bodies to the lifestyle we're designed to lead. We need to limit our exposures to environmental toxins. There weren't any pesticides and herbicides and antibiotics and hormones and heavy metals in our food in our ancestral diets. We need to regain emotional wellness. Dr. Stoll just talked very elegantly about that. We need to achieve nutritional wellness, which means we got to eat what we're supposed to eat and not eat what we're not supposed to eat. Oftentimes we only work on half of that, right? We try to eat less of what we're not supposed to eat, but we don't eat more of what we are supposed to eat. And we'll talk a little bit about the fundamental connection between diet and performance. Oops. So again, it's about these connections, right? Because this is something else we overlook, is this fundamental connection between these domains of wellness. So think about the connection between diet and exercise, and then think about your car. Because food is really just like gas in your car. So how many people in this room would park your car in the garage for a year and not drive it, but still fill it full of gas 5 times a day, right? Nobody, right? How often do you empty your gas? So you are driving your car, and you go to the gas station, and you put 30 liters of gas in your car, but it only holds 15. Nobody. How often do you put diesel gas in your car and expect it to run right when it runs on regular unleaded? You never do that, right? And if you did it by mistake, it'd be a pretty expensive mistake. And we take better care of our cars oftentimes than we do of ourselves, right? It's kind of crazy. Think about the connection between exercise and stress. Again, the way we evolved to deal with stress was through physical activity. So the more stress you have, the more exercise you need, right? Because the problem is, and again, Dr. Stoll talked a little bit about this, when, your brain can't tell the difference between worrying about COVID or worrying about a project at work or worrying about your health or your family and seeing a leopard. We get the same stress response. So what happens when we get too much adrenaline? Well, our blood pressure goes up. We get anxious. We can't sleep at night. We don't recover from the stress, which just makes it worse, as Dr. Stoll talked about. Too much cortisol. Dr. Stoll stole my talk already, see? So what happens? That cortisol, we stress eat, we gain weight, increase our risk for these chronic diseases. The other connection that is important and emerging, and you heard some about this a little bit, and you're going to hear a little bit more, I suspect, is really the connection between our emotional health and our diet. That the food we eat can make us happier or make us sad. We talked about this a little bit yesterday about how the association between exercise and our mental health, but our food plays a role as well. And there's a lot of reasons for that, and it appears that a lot of this is associated. The association between food and our emotional health is mediated through gut bacteria. A lot of it, which is really, really interesting to me. So let's talk specifically about, we're going to go back and now talk specifically about exercise. And again, I showed this slide yesterday, and this was kind of a interesting concept when I first started to think about this, about what is the difference between physical activity and exercise, right? Well, the physical activity is what we evolved to do, and it's any movement, like, Dr. Stoll had you being physically active here in your chairs today. It's a movement that we expend energy by contracting our muscles. Exercise, on the other hand, is a voluntary event that it's planned and it's structured and undertaken to improve health. There's absolutely nothing wrong with exercise. And, I exercise. I also try to incorporate physical activity in my day-to-day routine, and I get pleasure out of exercise. I get pleasure out of the competition. So don't get me wrong, I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't be exercising. What I am suggesting, though, is there are lots of ways to be physically active without exercise, and we're going to explore that in a minute. And I think I said this yesterday, how would you explain to one of your hunter-gatherer ancestors or your great-great-great-grandparents that because we sit in front of a computer all day, that we spend money to go to a place in clothes that we don't like the way we look and get on machines that are trying to throw us off the back end like a treadmill? They would, without sounding crazy, right? But that's what we do because we have lost sight of we've forgotten how to be active. So again, there's benefits of regular physical activity start accruing at a very young age. It's never too early to start. We know that even children as young as 3 start to we show improved bone health, maintain healthy weight, cardiovascular fitness, cardiometabolic health, even improves cognition. Kids who exercise regularly at a younger age, they have their attention is better, on and on and on, reduces the risk of depression. As we talked yesterday, exercise in adolescence markedly decreases your risk for breast cancer down the road. So developing healthy habits in children is extraordinarily important. But what do our kids do today? You got to chase, they sit in front of the computer all day and they play games. And so, again, and COVID has even made this worse. So encouraging our children to be active, and I really applaud the FSA for their efforts in really helping design an environment for children that can go and be active here in Saudi Arabia. I'm not going to go through this whole list, but a long, long list. We talked about most of this yesterday of the health benefits in adults. There are very specific things, cancer survivors, they do better if they exercise. Breast cancer survivors, colorectal cancer survivors, prostate cancer survivors, people with osteoarthritis. I think there's this misconception that running causes arthritis, right? But that's not the case. Dr. Stoll, that slide he showed, the reason people, if you start exercising at a young age, your risk for osteoarthritis goes way down because when we treat our bodies, it's when we don't exercise regularly and we start exercising, we do too much, we get injured. That's what causes the osteoarthritis. And it's interesting. I think I told you yesterday, I went plant-based about 10 years ago. I had torn my meniscus playing with my dog, right? I squatted down and heard a pop. So I was in my early 50s, and I went and had x-rays, and I ended up having to have surgery. But my knee, I've been on and off exercising for my whole life. I mean, I ran track in college, and I was a pretty competitive marathoner in med school. I had no osteoarthritis at all, right? I mean, my meniscus was shot, but no arthritis. And I think I attribute that partly to a lifelong trying to be physically active. Again, people with diabetes, you're going to hear a lot more about the impact of exercise on dementia, multiple sclerosis, on and on and on, right? So there's lots of different kinds of exercise. Again, we reviewed some of this yesterday, but I want to do a little bit deeper dive. We talked about the concept of fit. When we talk about aerobic activity, you can think of it in this, fit stands for frequency, intensity, time, and then type. You want at least 3 days a week. There's some evidence 2 days a week may provide some benefit if it's prolonged, but 3 to 7 days a week. Now, exercise is a drug. The more you do, the better. You can't do too much. You can't overdose on exercise and increase your risk for injury. So 7 days a week is kind of ideal. 3 days a week is kind of the floor. 2 days a week is better than sitting on the couch, but you're not going to start to accrue cardiometabolic benefit primarily until you get to that 3 days a week. Intensity, again, we talked about this yesterday. There's a couple ways you can measure that. One is looking at heart rate. For the more prolonged episodes of exercise, you want to keep your heart rate 60 to 80% of your maximum heart rate. You can you can get a rough estimate of that with this math calculation. 220 minus your age is your theoretic maximum heart rate. You want to be 60 to 80% of that. The other way you can measure it is with perceived exertion. And again, we shared this yesterday. You want to be really in the 4 to 8 range. If you're below that, again, it's better than sitting on the couch, but you're not going to be stressing your heart and muscles enough to really accrue that cardiometabolic fitness. If you're doing too much, that can lead to injury and fatigue and burnout. Now, there's nothing wrong with, in fact, there's probably some benefit from spending a little bit time in that 9 to 10 range, things like HIIT training, things like that, but that's not where you want to spend the hour that you're going to exercise. Time, 75 to 150 minutes of moderate to vigorous activity. Again, that's in that 4 to 8 range on the exertion scale. And what's interesting to me is, when I talk to patients, you can even do this in 10-minute blocks from a physical activity standpoint. It accrues through the day. So the goal is to, I hear all the time, I don't have time to exercise. Well, do you have 10 minutes? Sure. Go for a walk. Take the stairs instead of the elevator. Park on the far end of the parking lot. So it's really about accruing physical activity. And then again, with type, we are all athletes. We don't think some of us are more athletic than others. Carry the groceries in, you're athletic. Carry the laundry up from the basement, you're athletic. Kick a soccer around with your kids, you're athletic. Work in the garden, athletic. So again, it's really about, for most people, most patients, and most of the people in the population, it's really about trying to incorporate physical activity in your day-to-day routine. As far as children go, again, even preschool children, there's lots of ways to incorporate physical activity into your day-to-day routine. Play games, ride a tricycle, bicycle, walking, skipping, dancing, swimming. School-age kids, the same kind of thing, hiking, games, playing ball, kick a football around, and adolescents as well. So again, there's even video games now. The Wii, when my kids, we had a Wii. And there was games, you could play tennis and jump around. And so kids that are kind of addicted to the screen, you can use that to use that technology to enhance physical activity. And these actually connected kind of like I have my road bicycle on a trainer, and the trainer's connected to the Wi-Fi, and I use a program called Zwift. And so Cyrus and I he could be across the country and we could go on a bike ride together. We have a little avatar, and I can go on a group ride. There's competitions. So, there's lots and lots of ways to kind of incorporate physical activity, even in this connected world we live in. I tell you, I wanted to design talking about kids, I wish I was smart enough to design a system where you had an exercise bike hooked up to a battery, and every minute you rode that bike, it stored a minute's worth of energy. And that's what you plug the video game into, right? So the kids, every minute they wanted to play video games, they had to ride the bike for 1 minute, right? So I think there'd be, I don't know if there'd be more bike riding or less video games, unfortunately, but there are some gyms, however. There are some green gyms that are actually done this. They power the gym by connecting their bikes, which is interesting. Again, for adults, these moderate intensity activities are things like walking briskly, yard work, dancing, yoga, tennis, cycling. Again, it's just finding these opportunities to do, and as Dr. Stoll said, find something you like to do. I'm sure there's something on this list here that everyone, maybe not the yard work, but there's something on this list here that everyone likes to do. But I love gardening, right? So working in the garden is fulfilling to me, right? And so the key here is really finding something that gives you joy and pleasure. It shouldn't be a chore. You shouldn't dread moving, right? And that's what I think that's what happens when we view movement as exercise. We have these nightmares in our mind of high school gym class and, being yelled. I was kind of a nerdy kid, and I couldn't climb up the rope, and the coach is yelling at you, and on and on and on. And I think we carry that into our adulthood. We don't want to go to the gym, right? And so the point is, find something that brings you joy. That's really the key here. These more vigorous activities, same kind of thing. Find stuff you like to do. Go for a hike. There's just so many things we can do that are fun, and they not only improve our health, but they give us a sense of accomplishment, such as that. Strength training, different kinds of strength training. We can have machine rates, resistance bands, body weights. So it's any movement that moves our muscles and makes them grow. You need at least 2 days a week. You do need to be careful about working the same muscles more than 2 days in a row. That can increase your risk for injury. But 2 to 3 days a week is good. We usually recommend 8 to 15 repetitions, kind of 1 to 3 sets. And the way when I talk to patients about this, so what you do is say you're going to do some dumbbells, you want to work your biceps. You find a weight you can comfortably do, 8, 10 times, right? And you do a couple sets, and every other day. And as you start to improve your strength, you start to increase the number of reps you do. And when you get to about 15, then that's time to move the weight up a little bit and bring the reps back down, right? So if you can do 10 pounds, do that may take a couple weeks, you get up to 15 reps, then you maybe go to 12 pounds, and you take it back to 8 or 10. And so you're slowly building your muscles up, doing it in this kind of very slow way, because this is not a race. This is about living a healthy lifestyle. And if you can only do 1 rep to start with, do a rep. Next week do 2 reps, because again, this is really a lifelong practice. And again, there's more than 3 sets is probably, there's not much benefit over 3 sets. There's some benefit between, the biggest benefit's the first set. There's a little bit more in the second set, a little bit more, but not as much between the first and 2 is 3. And more than that, you probably don't need to worry about it. And again, you increase the amount of weight you do as you build strength. Resistance bands, this is something I use now. I've used more and more during the pandemic myself, and you can get this off of the sporting goods store or Amazon, $20. Each of those bands is a different weight, right? And so you can adjust that. It has a little at the bottom near his foot. It's got a little wedge on it. You can put in the door, right? And it's got the ones on the bottom you can put on your feet, so you can do this. So there's all these exercises you can do in the comfort of your own home. You don't have to go to the gym, right? And very straightforward, and it doesn't need to be more complicated than this. I actually have a set of these sitting. I do a lot of telehealth at work, which involves sitting at a desk. I have a set of these bands next to my desk. In between patients, sometimes I'll do a set of biceps curls or put it under my feet and do triceps, or back my chair up to the door and put the wedge in and do a chest press. It really doesn't need to be any more complicated than this. Body weight, again, it's kind of what we were doing here before, what we did with Dr. Stoll. Those isometric exercises when you pushed your hands together, or you did this or did that. Again, this all counts, right? I mean, you don't even need any equipment for these body weight exercises, right? push-ups, sit-ups, planks, calisthenics, run in place. All of this stuff counts, right? So you just got to find something that you like doing and just do it. Mobility exercises, again, important for maintaining functional capacity and reducing your risk for injury and falls, especially in older patients. Flexibility, it's important. And again, you can do chair stretches. You sit in the chair all day. It's important. Dr. Stoll talked about how we typically sit in a chair. We lean forward. The screen's too low, and we lean forward around our shoulders. And I have terrible posture, admittedly, and I have to work very hard at this. But in your chair, when I'm between patients, I try to do some of these stretching exercises. And again, I think sometimes we way overcomplicate this. And you can go online and find YouTube videos and stuff to give you kind of more detailed instructions on how to do these activities. Mobility exercises, again, you don't need to, it's just again, it's about building balance. So, this stuff like this, like this, on and on and on. Especially important in elderly patients. And I think I mentioned yesterday, there's research that balanced mobility training and even lightweight training in 80, 90-year-olds in a nursing home, frail, significantly decreases the risk for falls, significantly increased independence, quality of life. So it's never too late to start improving our health through movement. Tai Chi and yoga, another great way to maintain balance. Tai Chi, for those who know, is kind of a set of program movements that are done. You can find YouTube videos you can do that will guide you through a class on Tai Chi or yoga. There's YouTube videos on how to do yoga. And yoga is great because it not only improves balance and flexibility. There's a little bit of a workout there, get your heart rate up. So again, it's finding things you like to do. Also important to warm up and cool down. That helps prevent injury. If you turn on a football game, you'll see the players at the bottom right going through these motions, kind of replicating the motions they're going to be doing during their activity, and that warms the muscles up, loosens up the connective tissue, decreases your risk for injury, and cooling off afterward as well, kind of letting your heart rate come down, relax, helps improve recovery. Again, as we talked yesterday, there are some risks of exercise. Musculoskeletal injury, by far the greatest risk. That increases with age and then the amount of time you spend exercising. Above that 150 minutes is where the exercise risk starts to accrue. Now, again, for those of you that might have trained or be training for the marathon here in Riyadh in a week or two, absolutely nothing wrong with that. I do ultra endurance sports myself, and but just be cognizant that the health gain really flattens out after about 90 minutes is when the health gains really flatten out. There is some benefit between, say, 90 and 120 minutes, but the difference between 30 and 60 is huge. The difference between 60 and 90 is less. Between 90 and 120 is even less. And the injury curve is exactly the same, right? So when you get up, but it goes way up when you get above that 60, 90 minutes. The most common health effect is heart events, and especially if you've got a family history of sudden death in your family, things like structural heart disease. It is important, and if you have a lot of risk factors, and especially if you haven't really engaged in a lot of physical activity, you really probably should discuss this with your doctor. But that being said, it's still safe to go, walk around the neighborhood, right? You probably just don't want to sprint up a big hill or go out and run the marathon untrained, especially if you've got a lot of cardiac risk factors or strong family history. Heat-related illness, especially relevant here in Saudi Arabia. Very important to ensure proper hydration. And there's a couple ways you can do this. So the easiest way is to monitor the color of your urine, right? So if you wake up in the morning and your urine looks like number 1, you're drinking too much water. If it looks like number 5, you're not drinking near enough water. And so you really want to be kind of in the 2 to 3 range, right? Thirst is not a good indicator of hydration state. And for athletic performance, as little as a 10%, you lose 10% of your body water, it's just around there is where you start to get thirsty. it significantly decreases performance. It actually can impair your sleep. So hydration is something we oftentimes overlook. Now, a more scientific way to monitor hydration state is by weighing yourself, right? So, sometimes people start exercising because they want to lose weight, and they go out and they go for a run or a long walk. It's hot. They come in, they get on the scale, and they've lost 3 or 4 pounds, right? And they're happy. I'm losing weight, right? Well, the kind of weight loss you see with intentional exercise and diet is about a pound or 2 a week, right? That's 1/7 of a pound a day. So that weight that you lost then is not fat, which is what you're trying to lose. It's water, right? And so, as you know, a liter of water weighs about 1 kilogram, which is, for us in the U.S., about 2 pounds. So every kilo you're down in the short run is about 1 liter of water you need to put back. And for more competitive, like when I trained and did an Ironman triathlon when I turned 60 a couple years ago, and it was in July, and I live in Washington, D.C., and it would not be uncommon for me to have to go on a 100-mile bike ride. It would be, let me see, 100 miles, how many kilometers is that? 200 kilometers, something like that. And it would be 30 degrees centigrade outside, right? Incredibly hot, humid too, which fortunately I don't think you have a lot of humidity here. There was times I would drink 3, 4, 5 liters of water through this long bike ride, and I would still come home and be 4 or 5 kilos down. Because when you're properly trained, your sweat rate can far exceed, it far exceeds the amount of water you can physically ingest during a long workout. And so, I would get in the habit of weighing myself before I went out for a long run or a long bike ride on a hot summer day, and then after. And I would use that to dictate my hydration state. And it's interesting, I used to be the team doctor for the St. Louis Rams football team, who they've moved to LA, and they're going to be in the Super Bowls on this Sunday. And when they first moved to from Los Angeles, which is a pretty mild climate for the most part, and they moved to St. Louis, these hot, humid summer days during their training camp, they had no idea about how to these are professional athletes, had no idea about hydration. And so they'd work out in the morning, and they'd eat lunch, and they'd do it again. We had guys, at one point we had probably half the team that couldn't exercise, couldn't train in the afternoon because of heat illness, right? And when we taught them how to weigh themselves, so we made it mandatory. They had to weigh themselves in the morning before training. They had to weigh themselves after. And anyone was down to more than 1 kilo or so, the trainers would actually calculate how much water they need and put it in their locker. And they had to drink that before they could train in the afternoon. So we started literally hundreds of IVs that first summer. The second summer, if we started 1 or 2, that would be unusual, right? So hydration is very important and oftentimes overlooked. So understand the risk, but be confident. Physical activity, that shouldn't scare you from being active. And again, if you have concerns, talk to your doctor. Choose something that's appropriate for your current level of fitness and kind of what you want to do. And then go slow. If you're inactive, start low and slow. This isn't a race to the finish. It's if you can only go 15 minutes, 10 minutes, go 15, 10 minutes, and slowly, gradually increase that. Start with lower intensity exercises. Use appropriate gear. If you're bicycling, wear a helmet, right? If you're trying to lose weight, we have people that you want to lose weight, they put on rubber suits, right? So they sweat more. We already talked about that. That's not fat, right? And it's crazy. You're significantly increased risk for heat illness. So use appropriate gear and equipment. Don't overdress. Don't go biking down the main roads here in Riyadh. That would not be very safe. So find a safe environment to do your run or your bike. And again, if you have chronic conditions, be sure that you're under the care and you've discussed it with your healthcare provider. So, exercise and nutrition. So what is the optimum diet for performance? Well, it really does mirror our ancestral diet. The natural macronutrient ratios of a whole food plant-based diet are about 75% unprocessed carbs, about 10 to 15% plant-based protein and about 10% fat, somewhere in there. Well, what's our major source of energy when we're performing physical activity, right? Well, it's glycogen. And what is glycogen? Well, glycogen is how we store carbohydrates in our muscle and liver cells. And so that provides the fuel. We have enough glycogen stored in our muscle and livers. We mainly use muscle. The liver and the glycogen in the liver is mainly to provide sugar for our brains because we can't store sugar in our brains. But we have enough glycogen stored up for most people, maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours with proper training and with proper training, you can get that up to maybe 3 hours. Beyond that, we have to rely on fat, right? So that we have enough fat. We have enough glycogen for a couple hours. We have enough fat actually we can run for a week, right? Some of us longer than that, right? And the way we replete glycogen after we exercise, when we empty the gas tank, what kind of gas we need to put back in? Well, it's carbohydrate, but it needs to be it's not the sugary stuff. It's whole food, plant-based, unprocessed carbs, low glycemic index. For those who don't know, glycemic index is a kind of a measure of how the propensity of a given food to raise insulin levels. So you want these more lower glycemic index foods, and that's again because of the high fiber, these nutrient-dense plant-based foods. It really is the optimum diet. The most important thing, though, about nutrition and exercise and health is inflammation, right? And I know the first time I went to a plant-based medical conference, actually it was one of Dr. Stoll's conferences 8 years ago, I was amazed. We had talks on cancer and heart disease and diabetes, and at one point in almost every single talk, they had the same slide, and it was about inflammation. So inflammation really does drive a lot of these adverse health consequences. Well, exercise creates inflammation. Exercise is actually an inflammatory disease, and not a disease. It creates an inflammatory state, right? Because when we exercise, we burn oxygen, and one of the natural byproducts of that are called oxygen-free radicals. And in small doses, oxygen-free radicals play an important role, right? So when you start to exercise, your oxygen consumption goes up, free radicals go up. That sends a signal to your muscles, hey, I'm getting ready to damage you, so be ready to fix me when I'm done. And that's a good thing. It also helps us heal wounds and fight infections, but it's very easy. Our bodies have a very limited ability innately to mitigate oxidative stress. So the only way you can accentuate that is through dietary antioxidants, and the only place they occur is in food and in plants, right? And in fact, the more color a plant has in general, the more highly antioxidant it is. Now, what's interesting is you can measure the antioxidant capacity in food. It's called an ORIC score. And so if you look at a chart of foods, the ORIC scores in foods, we talk about colored berries, blackberries, raspberries, strawberries, incredibly high ORIC scores. But actually, the foods that have the highest ORIC scores are legumes. They're it's dark beans, black beans, pinto beans, kidney beans. It's the pigment, it's the polyphenol pigments in the skin of the bean, which is a much more potent anti-inflammatory than even berries and stuff. So once again, plant-based diet. And we've heard over and over and over that same dietary pattern. Guess what, right? You don't get diabetes, you don't get cancer, on and on and on. The other source of inflammation in the human diet is omega-6 fatty acids. Now we need inflammation. Again, inflammation is a good thing. We have to be able to create inflammation to heal our wounds and fight infections for us to survive. It's felt the optimum dietary ratio of omega-6 to omega-3 is around the kind of 3-to-1, 4-to-1, less than 5-to-1. Standard Western diet, 60-to-1. An unhealthy plant-based diet, a junk food vegan diet, 30 to 40-to-1, right? So where do these omega-6s come from? Well, primarily they come from meat, dairy, and eggs because of what we feed those animals, which changes increases the amount of omega-6s. But the other place, even in a plant-based diet, are edible oils. So most edible oils have a very high omega-6, omega-3 ratio. So as an athlete, if recovery, you really want to be careful with that. There are some very specific foods that have been studied. So when I was doing Ironman, I actually created a recovery shake So tart cherry juice, a very potent antioxidant, very potent. So all that muscle soreness and stiffness you get after a hard workout, where does it come from? It's antioxidant, it's oxidative damage to the muscle cell walls, right? So the ability to mitigate that, your recovery times go through the roof. It's unbelievable. So it was tart cherry juice, blueberries, kale, beets, which we're going to talk about in a second. The other source of antioxidants are spices, turmeric, ginger, cinnamon, chia seeds, high in omega-3s, right? The anti-inflammatory fatty acids. And I put a frozen banana, or you could use dates, and I would drink that after my races or my hard training. I was 60 years old doing this incredible amount of training. I never got sore, I never got stiff. And for those of you who've seen the documentary The Game Changers, which Dr. Batiste and Dr. Stoll and I all have the honor of being in, you talk to those athletes, they all say the exact same thing. It was the ability to recover that a whole food plant-based diet provided that allowed them to perform at that level, right? So extraordinarily important. So again, this kind of ancestral diet, it's the perfect fuel to refuel our bodies with the carbohydrates. It's highly anti-inflammatory to help us recover, and that's how you're going to really ensure, optimum performance. Now, again, same disease, same diet. That's the same diet, imagine, that prevents chronic disease. You've heard over and over. Now, this is the question I always get, but where do you get your protein, right? Well, plants have protein. How much protein we need? Someone of average activity needs about 0.8 grams per kilogram. Athletes need more. Endurance athletes, about 1.2 to maybe 1.5, 1.6. Strength trained athletes, maybe 1.5 to 2. But guess what? I'm training for Ironman. I need maybe 1.6 grams per kilogram. I'm eating normally. I'm getting that 0.8. I'm not eating 2,000 calories a day, right? How many calories am I consuming a day? 4,000. What happened to my protein intake? It doubled, right? So it's not protein you need to worry about, it's calories. And plants have protein. What has more protein? An egg or a serving, 100 calories, 300 grams of broccoli, right? Broccoli. Broccoli has about 7 grams of protein. Egg has about 6. What's the most when you look at broccoli, it's mainly water, right? So, and again, that's one reason that these plant-based foods, because of that nutrient density, and it has all those antioxidants, anti-inflammatories, things like that. So again, I think sometimes we overcomplicate all this. It's really about trying to find balance, and it's interesting, and I'll end with this. When I was training for Ironman, and this gets to Dr. Stoll's point, I found myself, I had to get into the middle. I had to find balance between my physical health, my nutritional health, but also my emotional health, my recovery, because I was full-time physician. I was working 12 hours a day and still training and trying to balance all this stuff out. And I found myself, I'd work out, eat, try to go to sleep. My mind's racing around. I'm worrying about, I got to get to sleep because I get up. I worry myself awake. It was affecting my training. And so that was the last piece to fall. And it really, Dr. Stoll very elegantly talked about why I needed to get there. And I actually used an app-based mindful program. I used an app called Headspace. So don't ignore that last piece of the puzzle that Dr. Stoll talked about, because we have to have adequate sleep, and we need to not stress out to really get to this peak performance. So it's really about trying to get into the middle. It's like, this concept of ikigai in Japan. It's trying to find, it's getting into the middle. It's finding balance between our physical health, our emotional health, and our nutritional health. And that's how you're going to achieve not only optimum performance, but also optimum health. So thank you very much.
Dr. James, any questions, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, right over there.
Salam. Is it working? Yes. Thank you, Dr. Jim. I'm Dr. Abdurrahman Sabagh. I'm an emergency physician and running and triathlon coach as well. Yeah. It's more of a comment, not a question. I want to thank you for the great speech. I like the terminology that you used, the health reductionism, because as a physician, as you said, we're treating the diseases, but the prevention part, including the 3 domains that mentioned, it is a very important concept. Thank you for highlighting that.
Yeah, welcome.
Another point, I just want to take much time for the other questions, is the hydration. as a running coach and triathlon coach and a marathoner myself, I always tell myself and trainee, when you're thirsty, it's too late.
Yeah, that's right.
So you shouldn't feel, if you're thirsty, you're already dehydrated. So try to find the balance,
Right.
taking sips of water or whatever replacement of electrolyte and water during the endurance sports. Just to mention that. So thank you very much. There's no specific question. Just want to thank you
Yeah,
for
thank
this.
you.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you. Oh,
Anyone else, ladies and gentlemen?
I want to make one more quick comment I forgot
Yes,
to include,
please.
and it's about diet. So the other kind of superfood for endurance athletes in particular is beets. So, Dr. Clements talked about the importance of nitric oxide and maintaining endothelial health. So beets are probably one of the most potent activators of nitric oxide. So kale, arugula, there are other foods. So I actually routinely beet loaded. So I use powdered beetroot supplement. You can use roast beef. I would take a shot the night before, and I would take a shot the morning of. It's been shown that you get about a 10% improvement actually in endurance performance by using beets. And also I put it in my recovery shake to increase blood flow to kind of wash out all those toxins. So beets is especially for an endurance athlete, another kind of superfood. And guess what, right? It's been shown to improve endothelial health, blood flow, reduce heart disease. So I meant to include that earlier, but so beets, eat your beets. Yeah.
Do we have any other questions? Because I've got several questions here on the interactive.
Okay.
Anyone else? Okay. I think one of the individual who asked it, the person said they have been eating meat for quite a long time, and they've just started a vegan diet. So
Yep.
they're wondering if it's too late for them, since you've mentioned something about being more prone to cancer.
Yeah, it's never too late, right? I mean, every healthy bite of food you take is a step in the right direction. That's an investment in your health future, right? Someone mentioned this. We have money. We want to invest it in our financial future, right? Or positive ROI. So anytime we make an investment in our health, when we switch meat to legumes, right? Then that's a step in the right direction. And for some people, that's okay. I mean, I went all in when I went plant-based, but you don't have to do that. I mean, it's every bite you take is good. Now, one word of caution for those of you who aren't plant-based now, and say you're training for the marathon next week, you probably don't want to go plant-based tomorrow, right? Because all this fiber and all that kind of stuff, I mean, it's going to disrupt your GI system. So especially if you're training, you want to make these changes kind of in the off season. And when we want to lift weights, we got to train our muscles, right? Well, we have to train our gut too. We already heard from Dr. Desmond about gut bacteria and all that, and it takes a while. That gas you get from beans, a lot of that's driven because we don't have the right bacteria to digest the oligosaccharides that are in the skins and such as the beans and lentils. And so you can diminish that by washing the beans or using like lentils instead of chickpeas, which have a thinner skin. But just a word of caution. I know hopefully everyone's inspired here today to go out and make healthy choices, but you don't want to do that in the middle of a competitive season because mostly your belly will not be very happy with you, and you don't want to have to stop at the bathroom every 10 minutes on the marathon. So,
one last question.
Yep.
You talked about exercise, and are there certain sports that as you age, you really have to think about retiring?
I don't think so. I mean, well, so sports that like soccer, for example, there's a lot of stopping and starting.
True.
What happens is as we age, our connective tissue, our ligaments and tendons, they lose water. They lose elasticity, right? It's because they lose water, and it's estimated when you're 40. By the time you're 40, you've lost about 50% of the elasticity.
Wow.
So I asked when I tore my meniscus, my doctor was the team doctor. I said, how the heck, I'm an active guy, how did I tear my meniscus? Well, he said, because I squatted down to play with a dog, and my leg externally rotated, and it's like a lever, right? And because you lose that elasticity, it tore the meniscus. So those kind of sports you have to be a little bit careful with. But, I take tennis, right?
Right.
The USD, they've had to add age groups to tennis because now you've got 85, 90-year-old people playing and competing. So you're never too old. You might have to slow down a little bit, right? And you might have to be a little careful. But there's really, there's always something you can do, number one. But there's no reason you can't stay active into forever, really.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much,
All
Dr.
right.
James. I appreciate your
Yeah,
time.
you're
Thank you
welcome.
so
Yeah,
much.
thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll grab that
All
off
right,
of
thank
you. All right. We've got some activities and activation up there. Live. Oops, sorry. We've got activities and activation upstairs, live cooking sessions. So please make sure to check those out. Next hall, we've got Dr. Janine McKay, Recovery to Optimize Athletes' Performance, as well as Nora Alyssa following after with Stress Management and Reduction. Now, coming up, I want to dive into something that is so important to me, which is cognitive optimization. It is something that I think about a lot, and I believe you do too. Most people believe there is no cure for cognitive decline. Once you're on the backslide, that's just it. There's not a lot you can do about it. Our next distinguished speakers are a unique husband and wife team on the cutting edge of brain science, dedicated to educating people on the simple steps to long-term health and wellness through their work as directors of the Alzheimer's Prevention Program at Loma Linda University Medical Center with patients, as well as through online writing, videos, and books at sherzai.md.com. Dr. Dean Sherzai is a behavioral neurologist and a neuroscientist whose entire life has been dedicated to behavioral change models at the community and at the population level. Dr. Dean Sherzai also holds a PhD in healthcare leadership and is the co-founder of the nonprofit Health Minds Initiative and is currently leading the largest community-based participatory research and initiative in the United States focused on empowering communities to take control of their brain health. On the other hand, Dr. Aisha Sherzai finished 2 residencies at the Loma Linda University Preventive Medicine and Neurology. She holds a master's in advanced sciences from UCSD and completed a fellowship in vascular neurology from Columbia University. She's also a trained culinary chef. They are also authors of the book, The 30-Day Alzheimer's Solution. Their work has been touted in multiple media outlets, including Forbes magazine, Oprah, Dr. Oz, The Sunday Times, BBC, Wall Street Journal, CNN, and amongst others. Dr. Dean and Aisha Sherzai aren't just saying that the cognitive impairment can be halted or reversed. They're out there every day doing it and proving it. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly welcome on stage the duo who dare to say cognitive loss can be cured. Please welcome Drs. Dean and Aisha Sherzai. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you.
Good afternoon. How are you all doing? It's such a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for having us. We'd like to thank His Excellency Prince Khalid, the wonderful people in Saudi Sports Federation for all, the amazing organizers here who welcomed us and made us feel at home in the beautiful city of Riyadh. And it's such a pleasure to be here to talk about something that my husband and I are both very passionate about, which is brain health. And so I'll hand it over to Dean to start the conversation.
Thank you. Thank you so much again for coming here. So we want to talk about the most important organ that we have, which is the brain. This is who we are. It's the 3-pound organ. Oh, there we go. It's a 3-pound organ that's about 2% of your body's weight and consumes 25% of your body's energy. It's active throughout the day and especially at night. In fact, we've talked about sleep. The very purpose of why we sleep, why we're knocked out for one-third of your life, is because of this incredible brain. It has 87 billion neurons and nearly 1 quadrillion connections. It's an amazing system that we've ignored for decades, for centuries. But now we're beginning to learn so much more about this organ, this amazing 3-pound organ that does what we, do on a daily basis, on an hourly basis. It comes from this organ. Now, by that nature, it's also an organ that's overwhelmed. It consumes, like I said, 25% of the body's energy, and it is encased organ in the blood-brain barrier. So much of the production and outcome is actually maintained within that. This overwhelm has to be taken care of. And for most of what we do, we have what we've done throughout our existence, 30, 40, 50 years, is the natural things that have actually caused damage. Now, what we're talking about is an optimal state. Dr. Loomis and all the other doctors here have talked about the optimal state. The optimal state is what we're trying to achieve. Now, the healthy brain, healthy societies is something that we are incredibly passionate about, because we think what we do to our brain on a daily basis at the individual level, at the family level, at the community level, has profound effect at societal level. How could it not? Everything that we do on a daily basis, the outcome of that comes from the brain, and we see the effect in our daily interactions with our coworkers, with our families, and with our community and society. At societal level, significant lower healthcare costs, greater creative capacity, better productivity, and happier societies. All of this is how we actually address the brain. This is an organ that we have completely ignored because we thought it was too complicated, but we have control over that. We have evidence of optimal brain health around us. We work in an area, it's one of the blue zones, it's Loma Linda, but it's actually the only validated blue zone. And the reason that we actually went there from NIH and Columbia University, Aisha from Columbia and I went from NIH, was we wanted to study healthiest populations. And by far, there are the healthiest populations. And what we see in Loma Linda and 5 miles away in San Bernardino is just mind-boggling. Because it's not a geographic difference, because they're right next to each other. But in the clinic in Loma Linda, out of the 3,000 people that we saw, those that lived a healthy life, which we'll describe later on, had a profoundly lower rate of dementia and cognitive decline. We're talking about, when the statistics panned out, 1% of the population that lived the healthy life had dementia. That's remarkable. Yet, 5 miles away in San Bernardino, no geographic difference, it's mostly about lifestyle. We see people in our free clinic, we work in the free clinic half a day a week, we people in their 40s and 50s developing dementia. The difference is stark. In Loma Linda and the Seventh-day Adventist population, people live 11 to 12 years longer and healthier than everybody else, and much lower frequency. The pictures you see here are some of the people that you might be familiar with. Jane Goodall. There are other people that you might know of, as Linus Pauling and Picasso and many others who did some of their most amazing work in their 80s and 90s. And the gentleman on the right is Dr. Wareham, who was a cardiothoracic surgeon in Loma Linda, who did open to closed surgeries all the way to age 95. For those of you who are physicians, you know how remarkable that is. And then at 95, he retired because he wanted to travel. And he did. He traveled the world, he gave talks, and at age 104, a month before his death, he had a decline in health, and he passed away in his own terms, in his own bed with his family around him. That's what we want to do. This is the curve that we're trying to achieve, the green curve. For majority of the people of the world, we lead the red curve. Your decline starts in your 20s. And this is not me trying to do a scare tactic. It's not. This is the reality that we're seeing. We're not seeing dementia in your 20s and 30s, but where the cognitive decline actually starts in 20s and 30s. But the choice is actually the fact that we can have the green line. We know that the brain has the resilience if you give it the right tools, the right environment, and the right behavior to continually grow well into your 80s, 90s, and beyond. We see that difference at an individual level, where there's a 30, 40-year-old who's already developing attention deficits, who's losing, their cognitive prowess, their memory is being affected. Yet we'd see 90-year-olds who live a particular life, the kind of life that we keep talking about, who are sharp, who are alert. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that Alzheimer's and dementia can be avoided across the board, but significant reduction of those diseases can be seen. We're going to talk about one of those diseases today, dementia, and particularly Alzheimer's. But this actually applies to all cognitive diseases, including multiple sclerosis, including traumatic brain injury, which is on the rise, and including other diseases like stroke. Aisha is a stroke specialist, and we see this on a rise. But what we're talking about affects all those risk factors. Dementia is one of the fastest growing epidemics in the world, especially developing world. 1 in 10 individuals over the age of 65 have dementia, and that number actually goes up and doubles every decade until age 85, where nearly 50% have dementia. I'm not even worried about that number. What people don't realize is the cognitive decline, which is not recorded in any clinics, that starts earlier. And we see that becoming earlier and earlier because of the lifestyle we're leading. The numbers are growing throughout the world, and the cost is growing profoundly. In fact, it's the costliest disease in America and the Western world. The second costliest disease is heart disease at $20 billion in US. Dementia, and particularly Alzheimer's, which is a type of dementia, the cost is $500 billion, direct and indirect cost. Imagine that difference. And that number is expected to go to $1.1 trillion direct cost in US in the next couple of decades. Worldwide, the numbers are even scarier, and these numbers are growing. And we got some statistics about Saudi Arabia. In the list of diseases, neurological diseases are number 4, and mental disorders are number 6. But we know for a fact that dementia is underdiagnosed significantly. And if it is diagnosed in countries like Saudi Arabia, even in the United States, it's diagnosed very late. And that matters. Early diagnosis matters a great deal. Now, the numbers that we have is 3.3% of Saudi population is over age of 65, 2.3 million people in the Middle East and Northern Africa are living with dementia. 130,000 people suffer from dementia in Saudi Arabia. I can assure you those numbers are profoundly understating the reality, because we see this in other countries where the numbers are understated, where people say that the person is getting older, this is part of normal aging, and they never record the dementia, and definitely not so early enough where you can do something about it. What are the barriers in care? Largely unacknowledged as a disease. The idea that this is a disease has to come into the society, and people have to accept it. Low awareness of dementia among healthcare providers. Only a handful of trained geriatricians and neurologists, both in Saudi Arabia and in other countries, and lack of a strategy or a commitment to address this. Even in the United States, as people are becoming more and more aware of it, the only thing we're seeing is vitamin concoctions on TV. Night after night now, we're seeing a new vitamin, from Prevagen to some other vitamin, which there's absolutely no evidence for any of them working. So the awareness is at the point where people are saying it is real, but their solution is the simple pill, which doesn't work. But reality is we have to get past that. We have to get the awareness to the general population and make them aware that early diagnosis is everything. Coming back to dementia, dementia is an umbrella category, but there are many types of dementias. Alzheimer's is a major type. 60 to 70% of all dementias is Alzheimer's, but then you have Lewy body dementia. Robin Williams suffer from that. You have vascular dementia, which is very common. And then you have Parkinson's dementia and Huntington's dementia and others as well. The tools of diagnosing this disease early have really advanced in the last few years. We have MRIs, we have fMRIs. Aisha did 2 national papers on fMRIs when we were working at UCSD. We have biomarkers that can tell the disease early enough, way before the onset of the disease. So we have the tools to diagnose the disease early enough, yet many places, many countries, many communities don't use these tools. The cost we spoke about, and there are differences. There are gender differences. There are socioeconomic differences. But women suffer twice as much as compared to men. 1 in 11 men develop dementia in their lifetime. 1 in 6 women develop dementia. and majority of that are preventable causes. We're talking about vascular risk factors, hormonal risk factors, societal risk factors, genetic risk factors. We know that ApoE4 affects the gene that's often associated with Alzheimer's, affects women slightly more than men. And then there's the cognitive resilience. The more cognitively active a person is, the more resistance they have to this, the more they can withstand this. So multiple factors, and we're studying the gender differences as well. The first step is myths. Before we can start changing things, we have to understand what is myth and what's reality. One of the myths that we actually addressed about 15 years ago, in fact, we were the first people to coin the term preventive neurology, was the fact that Alzheimer's can be prevented. Before I go on any further, I want to make sure that I'm clear about the next thing. Once a person has fulminant Alzheimer's, it cannot be reversed. It might be able to slow down, you might be able to halt it to a bit, but you can't reverse it. And there are a lot of doctors, we're not going to name names, who are making these claims and building on people's hopes. They're trying to actually become rich on people's hopes with vitamin concoctions and programs and protocols. But catching it early enough, we have been saying that 90% can be prevented. When we first said this, it was such a controversy that we were not invited to some conferences. Then about 5 years ago, for the first time, people said, okay, 30% can be prevented. Then about 3 years ago, Alzheimer's Association, the plenary talk said 60% can be prevented. Now people are accepting the fact that if you live an optimal life, which is not many people do, in fact, I would challenge anybody, that up to 90% can be prevented. So that's one. And one of the reasons why we've been stuck at this idea that it can't be prevented is because we've approached the disease at a molecular level. We have found our target, and we keep hitting the target, where reality is that target is not just that. It's a multi-targeted disease. We found that amyloid and tau, these two proteins that are associated with Alzheimer's, are something that has a relationship with the disease, so let's target it. So hundreds of billions of dollars have been spent in the last few decades using enzymes, using antibodies, using light, laser, whatever you could throw at it to try to reverse this through effect on amyloid and tau. And the result has been 100% failure. So we have to change our approach. The second myth is that it's a purely genetic disease. And the thought behind that is, since it's genetic, we can't do anything about it. Well, first of all, that's wrong. We know that we're at an era that's changing fast. But Alzheimer's is not the kind of genetic disease that if you get the gene, you get the disease. There are diseases like that. Huntington's disease. If a person has the gene on chromosome 4, and we know the number of repeats, we know almost for a fact that they're going to get the disease at a certain age. The percentage of Alzheimer's that's associated with that kind of a gene, where it has what they call 100% penetrance, is 3%. Right there. If I can figure out this laser. Nope, the laser doesn't work on the board. So 3%. 3% of Alzheimer's is driven by 100% penetrance genes. 3% of Alzheimer's cannot be prevented. It's presenilin-1 in the left upper corner, PSN1, presenilin-2, and APP. 3%. The rest are polygenetic or epigenetic relationships, which means the genes have an influence, but it's not an outcome. One of those common genes is ApoE4. If you have one copy of the gene from one parent, your risk goes up 4 times. If you have one copy from each parent, your risk goes up 12 times. So what does that mean? Does that mean that if you have 2 copies, by the way, only 2% of the population have 2 copies, does that mean that you will get the disease? No, not even then. 50%. Even with the lifestyle we lead now as a society, 50% never get the disease. And when they looked at them, it was mostly semi-optimal lifestyle. So even with ApoE4, the more prevalent gene, it's only 50% of them that get the disease. And then what about the rest of the genes? The rest of the genes have to do with inflammation, with oxidation, with garbage disposal, meaning getting rid of waste, these endocytes that have to get rid of waste. And what does that have to do with? Again, lifestyle. So majority of the genes that have to do with Alzheimer's have to do with how we treat our body. And that's critical. and we haven't addressed it as such. The third myth is that there will be one medication as a treatment. And we've been hitting this nail a million times, and we're failing over and over again. There will not be one medication. In fact, after all the studies, 400 to 500 studies, all the animal studies, all the human studies, we've only succeeded once. Aducanumab, the drug that just came out from Biogen. And as all of you know, that's an incredibly controversial drug because the effect was nominal and the cost is exorbitant. So in many ways, it's not going to address the problem of Alzheimer's. So we have to change our course. The last myth is that the disease starts when you first start forgetting. It doesn't. The disease has started decades earlier. The disease has started in your 20s, if not earlier, depending on how you've lived your life. The only reason you haven't seen the manifestation of the disease is because when we're younger, we have more reserve. It's like a bank account that has extra cash, and we keep drawing from that cash until we hit the 50s and 60s, the vault is empty. Now there's nothing to draw from. Now your forgetfulness becomes cognitive decline. Now your forgetfulness becomes MCI or mild cognitive impairment. Now your forgetfulness becomes dementia and Alzheimer's. But the process started 10 to 20 years earlier. The dilemma that we have is how do you convince a 30-year-old to change your life because it's affecting you then? The way to approach that is that it's not just affecting you then, it's affecting you now. Your focus is being affected now. Your memory is being affected. Your performance at your work is being affected now. And the long term is a guarantee effect. So start the process now, whatever age you are. So as we talked about, the preclinical starts much, much earlier. And our job is to change the curve, 20 to 30 years of age. So flaws in the current methodology, it's a molecular research. I've done molecular research. I've worked at NIH, Building 10. It's as wonky as it gets. I'm not against it. We're not against it. We think molecular research and clinical research is incredibly important, but it shouldn't be 100% of the approach. It's very, very myopic and limited. Short-term clinical trials, because clinical trials are expensive. We were talking about meta-analysis. We've done meta-analysis. We've done comprehensive reviews. We've done clinical trials. We were in charge of one of the Pfizer clinical trials, one of the antibodies. They're incredibly expensive, so they can't be long-term. How do you determine effect on dementia and on brain in 6-month studies? We were talking about keto studies. Go look up the keto studies. Every single one of them are 3-month studies. If I smile at you for 3 months, well, Aisha smiles at you at 3 months. I might give you cognitive decline, but you'll feel better. 3-month studies mean nothing. 6-month studies mean nothing or minimal. It has its meaning, but it has to be much longer. That's why you can't devalue epidemiological studies. You can't devalue population studies. So we have to have a broader perspective. Short-term approaches we talked. Lack of translational models. And that's where we are. We already know that vegetables and greens and plant-based life works. We already know that exercise, and we'll talk about how much effect exercise has on the brain. We already know that stress reduction has profound effect. We already know that sleep, the very purpose of sleep is to give you resilience, to rehabilitate the brain. People spend thousands of dollars in spas. We get called to these retreats to give talks. We go. It's a good talk. But we tell people your best spa is your bedroom. People don't spend in the bed, on their bedrooms to make it into a spa. So it's critical. We know all of this, but how many people have applied it to communities? Our job for the last 10 years has been to translate this into communities and see if we can translate it in a way that it sticks. Even that model has been flawed in the past. A program is created in Boston on 50-year-old white men, and then it's applied to 70-year-old Hispanic women in San Bernardino or in Philippines or somewhere else, and then it fails, and we said they failed. They didn't fail. Our approaches failed. We failed. So we have to change our approach. We have to listen to our audience. We have to listen to our communities, and by doing so, together change the model. The brain, we're gonna switch a bit. The brain is a vascular organ. There are these processes where you denude the brain of all other tissue, and all you have is vascular. We have a cardiologist amongst us. I'm sorry, the most vascular organ is the brain. And we forget that. We forget that because of its vascularity, it also has susceptibility to all the conditions that affect vascular organs. So we have to address it as a vascular organ. And the risk factors follow: age, family history, ApoE4, lack of exercise, unhealthy diet, low education, social isolation, menopause, alcohol, smoking, hearing loss. And then the cardiometabolic risks are high cholesterol, abnormal blood glucose levels, diabetes, high blood pressure, obesity. We've actually done studies on many of them. You can find it on PubMed. We've done as far as the glucose in the brain and the lipids in the brain, and many other studies that you can find on PubMed if you put in Sherzai. And so with that, I'll pass it to Aisha.
So in continuation with all of this information, it's fortuitous that now we're living at a time where prevention of cognitive decline is not something that neurologists fight about. Believe me, 10 years ago, as a neurology resident and a fellow, and Dean and I, when we would go to different conferences, when the concept of prevention would come up, everybody would just shun it away, like, oh, there's no evidence for that. But this was in 2019 at the plenary session where 5,000 scientists and doctors got together. The first conversation was the fact that the lifestyle factors are the best and the only bet now for reducing the risk for this devastating disease. So we have tremendous amount of data that supports this statement. And this is just an example of one study that was published. So there was a pool of population, and they looked at this population and their genetic risk. These individuals had higher genetic risk for developing dementia. So their risk went up by 60%. And when they had an unhealthy lifestyle on top of that genetic risk, their risk went up by 360%. That's the profound effect of lifestyle on the genetic pool. But when they looked at healthier lifestyles, when these individuals, along with those bad genes that they had, when they lived a healthy life, their risk fell to lower than 30%. So adherence to a healthy lifestyle can offset our genetic risks. It's almost like as if we can turn on and off those genes. Another study that came from Chicago Health and Aging Project, the Memory and Aging Project, what they did was they created a dementia risk score. So it was a combination of different things. They looked at diet, specifically mind diet, which I will talk about in detail. They looked at exercise, they looked at smoking cessation, they looked at how engaged people were in their lives, how mentally engaged they were. And so they came up with this risk score. And they found out that when people compared to those who never adhere to any of these lifestyle factors, if they adhere to 2 or 3 of them, they reduce their risk of developing dementia by 37%. But then if they adhere to 4 or 5 of these factors, they reduce their risk by 60%. And mind you, these risk factors were not the kind of optimal diets or the optimal exercise that, my colleagues, Dr. Stoll and Dr. Loomis, were talking about. These were just, like superficial, moderate exercise and just kind of maybe adding some vegetables to their diet. So even a small change in their lifestyle made a profound difference. And I think that is a very empowering statement because it's not an all or none phenomenon. Every small incremental change towards that optimal goal makes a huge difference as far as risk of dementia is concerned. And so we've written a lot about it, and we're blessed to be in this situation where we have access to multiple data, and we've talked about how important it is for us to address it, not just for individuals reaching their ages of 65 and 70 and above, but for people who are in their 20s, 30s, and 40s, because as Dean showed in that one chart, it's a continuum, and the pathological changes actually start 20 to 30 years before any manifestations of cognitive decline. This is another article that just recently came out, and we wrote it on lifestyle intervention and Alzheimer's disease. We've talked about metabolic syndromes and vascular risk factors such as diabetes and its impact on brain health and increasing cognitive decline. And even people who don't have diabetes, who have pre-diabetes or are insulin resistant, they actually have lower cognitive scores. This was a study that we conducted in 2018. And so what we found out that when people had insulin resistance, when they went through a memory test, they actually didn't do well compared to those who did not have prediabetes. So it's that important. We want to be in a place in life where we are sharp, where we're aware, where we're engaged, and we have the most optimal brain health ever. And there have been multiple studies. I know I'm kind of throwing studies at you all, but I'm just really excited about it. So I wanted to show you some really prominent, wonderful studies that have been done. This is a clinical trial. It's called the FINGER study. It stands for the Finnish Geriatric Study. And now it's actually becoming a worldwide study where they, for the first time ever, they created a very comprehensive and a multifaceted lifestyle program. So nutrition, exercise, addressing sleep, addressing cardiometabolic risk factors like obesity, blood pressure, cholesterol. And the results were astounding. Like I said, even minimal changes to their lifestyle actually made a huge difference, and it actually increased their global cognitive scale. And these people who were at high risk of developing Alzheimer's disease, they actually didn't. Years later, when they checked them, they actually didn't develop Alzheimer's disease. So here are the risk factors.
So underneath all of this is a mechanism. The mechanism is important because everything we've been talking about is about the mechanism. And the mechanism we have control over. The mechanism has to do with things that affect the brain, but also all the other organs. The brain being the most vascular, the most active organ, of course, is affected the most. Those factors are, obesity, alcohol, smoking, low activity levels, poor sleep. All of these things have the same common factors: inflammation, oxidation, glucose dysregulation, and lipid dysregulation. Those are the big categories. And how do you affect those things? Lipid dysregulation, how do you affect that? How about oxidation? How about inflammation? It's food, it's nutrition, it's exercise, it's stress management, it's sleep or lack thereof, and then the last one, which is outside of this, which is profoundly important, I'll be speaking about that after lunch, which is optimizing mental activity and stress management. It's critical. And those factors actually have most of that 90% prevention that we were talking about are related to those factors. So with that, we came with this bit of a self-serving acronym, neurologists. We're neurologists or neuro. Neuro stands for nutrition, exercise, unwind, which is stress management, restorative sleep, and optimizing cognitive activity. These are 5 factors that will significantly reduce your chance of dementia and Alzheimer's, and more importantly, maintain your cognitive resilience and prowess. So with that, we'll start with nutrition.
All right, I'll talk about nutrition today, and let's see. There's a lot of slides and a lot of interesting information. So why is food important? I think we heard wonderful statements from our speakers yesterday and today about the importance of nutrition, but it is critically important for a brain because you essentially create an internal environment for the brain to grow and thrive. Every meal, every decision we make with the food on our plate either makes the brain or breaks the brain. Nutrients can protect us from oxidative stress. They can protect us from inflammation, which can actually damage neurons and the connections between them. Over the years, when the journey of nutrition and understanding nutrition and its impact on brain health started, everybody was really interested in a particular vitamin or a particular nutrient. But now we know that it's best to look at dietary patterns because we don't eat one vitamin at a time. We don't eat one food. We eat multiple different foods, and it's the synergy between them. It's the pattern that affects us the most. So we've learned quite a bit. A couple of studies that were incredibly helpful for us to understand how food affects brain health. This study from the Chicago Health and Aging Project showed us that when individuals consumed higher amounts of saturated fats and trans fatty acids, which are found in processed foods, it actually increased their risk of developing Alzheimer's disease over a very short span of time, only 6 years. And another study, the Adventist Health Study in Loma Linda, where Dean and I are working, back in 1993, Dr. Paul Guillaume showed that and this is a great population to study because they have a large number of vegetarians and non-vegetarians, so the comparison is easier. And they found that when people ate meat, including fish and poultry, they had twice the risk of developing dementia compared to vegetarians. And this was a very valid study from a large population. Another one from the Kaiser Permanente Northern California group, around 10,000 individuals followed for 6 years. They found out that when people had high cholesterol levels during their midlife, they had a 57% higher risk of developing Alzheimer's disease later on. And even those who had borderline high cholesterol levels, the kind that most doctors says, oh, don't worry about it, you can just go home and exercise and eat healthy and you can take care of it. If it wasn't addressed, it increased their risk of Alzheimer's disease by 23%. Another study from the Women's Health Study from Harvard University, 6,000 women followed for 4 years. Higher saturated fat intake was associated with a decline in their cognition, a very fast decline by 70%. As opposed to this population, women who had the lowest saturated fat intake had the brain function of women 6 years younger. Their brain actually functioned better and it looked better on neuroimaging studies as well. This is by my mentors and myself in Columbia University, where we looked at a large population of Hispanics and we looked at their foods, and when they ate a plant-predominant diet, so cutting out red meat and chicken, or even if they ate meat and chicken, it was probably at a wedding or once a year or once a month at its worst. They had a low risk of cognitive decline over a span of 6 years. So there's a lot of information. One of the studies that I am performing is in the California Teacher Study. It's a very large database. And what we're trying to do is look at the impact of diet on stroke. Now, I'm a stroke neurologist. Dean trained as a dementia geriatrics behavioral neurologist. So I look at vessels in the brain. And a lot of times when I'm working in the emergency room and in the ICU, we have patients coming in with very massive strokes, that manifest as focal neurological deficits. They can't speak, or they can't see, or they feel dizzy, or half of their body completely goes numb, or it just goes limp. But something that we miss all the time, and some of the emergency doctors here in the audience will actually know it, you get a CT scan just as an incidental finding. If somebody got a hit on the head, or for example, they have a headache, and somebody does a CT scan, and then you find these small little micro strokes. These are called silent strokes, and these are strokes that don't necessarily manifest, but they're there, and it's vascular damage, and that is an epidemic. And why does that happen? Again, same risk factors, the vascular risk factors and the cardiometabolic risk factors that we have been ignoring for a long, long time, and this results in dementia and cognitive impairment as well. So what we found out was that the Mediterranean diet, and I'll talk about it, as a dietary pattern, was associated with lower incidence of all kinds of stroke, both ischemic and hemorrhagic, the bleeding time, the type or the clot type, and people actually had improved cognition as well. So the question comes, so what is a Mediterranean diet? If somebody's living in, say, for example, in Indiana in the United States, how do you find out whether they're eating a Mediterranean diet or not? Well, so Mediterranean diet is a construct. It's a score. You get a high score when you're eating vegetables, fruits, whole grains, nuts and seeds, beans, something that like the food that we ate yesterday at the lunch. And you're given a low score if you're eating meat, poultry, and dairy, and sources of saturated fats. This study actually looked at an improved version of the Mediterranean diet, the MIND diet, which stands for Mediterranean-Intervention for Neurodegenerative Delay. I know it's quite a mouthful, but MIND diet, essentially, they found out that when people adhered to the MIND diet, they reduced their risk of developing Alzheimer's disease by 53%. And even moderate adherence reduced it by 35%. And people actually had a better looking brain. And on MRIs, they didn't have shrinking, which we see in Alzheimer's disease. So the difference between the Mediterranean and MIND diet is essentially, as people learned more, as they did more experiments on the Mediterranean diet, they found out that, they probably don't need that chicken that was mentioned in the Mediterranean diet. They probably don't need as much fish that was mentioned in the Mediterranean diet. And they definitely don't need any cheese. So what they did was they increased the whole grains, they increased the leafy green vegetables, berries, nuts, beans, and all kinds of vegetables. So I came up with my pyramid, and what I did was I slashed the wine, because that's not recommended anymore for brain health. It's a neurotoxic agent. Increase greens, put some berries on top, and you can get your omega-3 fatty acids from a better source than fish, because if we're honest about it, with the kind of chemicals that we're throwing in the ocean, and we only check 2, mercury and lead, there are thousands of different things that nobody checks. So we can actually have better sources of omega-3 acids from algae instead of going through the middleman, which is fish. We talked about this. Supplements. Everybody's interested in supplements. The most common question in our clinic is, what do I take for my brain health? Well, most of the studies that have come from individual micronutrients haven't really shown any benefit of taking vitamins for brain health, except for these 3. Vitamin B12 is incredibly important. Even if people are not taking supplements, it's important to be aware of it. Vitamin D is incredibly important for cognitive health. And then omega-3 fatty acids. Our paper is going to come out hopefully next month. We looked at 2 spectrums of ages. Children who have the fastest growing brains and people who have risk for Alzheimer's disease, they actually benefit from considering taking some supplements. Now, as far as the dose is concerned, we don't have any good data, but we know that sources of omega-3 fatty acids, DHA, if it's coming from algae or chia seeds and flax seeds, and especially lowering our omega-6 because they fight for the enzyme, is important. For other micronutrients like vitamin C, vitamin E, and other minerals, it's best to get them from our food. And by eating the rainbow, you're getting all of the micronutrients. Turmeric is another thing that has come up over and over again, and we're so proud that our paper was actually published in Cell. What we did was some experiments by giving people a lot of curcumin, which is a compound in turmeric. And what curcumin does, it actually binds to amyloid beta protein, the protein that Dean was talking about. And what we did was we did retinal scans, and we looked at curcumin binding to amyloid in the eye. And because of its potent anti-inflammatory effect, it actually started resorbing beta amyloid protein. So consider adding turmeric to your foods, and it could be associated with lower risk of Alzheimer's disease. Now, a lot of this sounds blunt, live a healthy life, but I'm so glad that we're in an era where precision medicine or personalized medicine is becoming more and more common. And we've learned some really new, fantastic information. For example, they're looking at the relationship between our genomes and our lifestyle. So say, for example, if individuals have ApoE4 allele, the gene that Dean was talking earlier about, when they control their lipid levels, when they reduce their cholesterol, with eating a low dietary fat, they actually do much better, as opposed to those who don't have an ApoE4 allele. They actually might do better with a little more polyunsaturated fats. So we're getting to the point where we can individualize lifestyle interventions for our patients and communities. So what is the best dietary pattern for brain health? Well, as you saw from the patterns that we've learned from, an unprocessed, which means whole, plant-based foods are the best. We get all of our macro and micronutrients from them. As far as fats are concerned, mono and polyunsaturated fats derived from nuts and seeds, plant proteins derived from lentils, beans, and soy products, focusing on complex carbohydrates that are packed with fiber. We're actually a fiber-deficient nation in the United States. And then if there's any oil or any fat, there seems to be some relationship between better brain health and extra virgin olive oil, although that is still being studied and we're not quite sure about it. But it's certain that it's much better than most other cooking oils. I know I'm running out of time, so I'll be a little faster than this. But if there are any rules, it's, again, eating a plant-based diet, avoiding foods that are high in saturated fats, avoiding refined carbohydrates like white rice, white pasta, white bread, reducing salt and seasoning our foods with herbs and spices because pound for pound, they're the most potent anti-inflammatory products, avoiding processed foods, drinking water, and my favorite, eating homemade meals. Because when you're controlling what goes on your plate and in the pot and for your children, you actually have control over everything, and it's the best way to give them food. So what does it look like? I'm bragging a little bit. These are my foods pictures from the book that we wrote, like this beautiful beet burger or this beautiful bowl. You know, everybody keeps on saying that it might be, there's a sense of deprivation when we talk about healthy diet, but it doesn't have to be about deprivation. It's about joy and giving an opportunity for your brain to grow and thrive. I'm going to hand it over to Dean for exercise.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So exercise, we've heard so much about exercise. Exercise is critically important, Our entire nerve system is built on exercise. We're supposed to move. The one neurotransmitter, dopamine, has two functions, multiple functions, but two main functions, motivation and movement. There's a reason that those two are linked. If you're not moving, you're not motivated. If you're not motivated, you're not moving. Those two work together. The whole central nervous system is about movement. Now, when it comes to brain, it has profound effects. Neuroplasticity, BDNF, which is brain-derived neurotrophic factor, goes up. Increased blood supply, reduced insulin resistance, reduced depression, anxiety, and attention deficits at a structural level, reduced prevalence of vascular disease and degenerative diseases. Its effect is profound. And here's another thing. The only time that we see brains grow rapidly, I said, you heard me right, grow, because you're supposed to actually have a decline in a number of brain cells after the age of 20, is when people instituted exercise programs. So that was to wake you up. Yeah. So we're talking about neuroplasticity, ability of the brain to adapt and change, strong and frequent activation of synapses. Neuroplasticity is about connections. It's about the hormones actually being introduced back into the brain. We're talking about BDNF and GDNF and making connections. It's about two types of plasticity. One is where there's damage, new routes are created, or the second method is where the neuron is connecting and it connects multiple other neurons. Let me give you the power of that. People keep talking about neurons growing. We do have new neurogenesis happening, but it's not as massive as we would hope. It's not. But what does happen is magical. We're talking about 87 billion neurons that can make a couple of connections, usually a few connections, or as many as 30,000 connections. And that happens at any age, and it's in your control. Through all these things that we talked about, through nutrition, exercise, stress management, you can make those connections. Imagine increasing the number of connectivity 15,000-fold. That's the power that's in our hand. A couple of things that we found out, it's not just aerobic exercise, but it's also anaerobic exercise, which is strengthening training exercises. Many studies, we just had to pick a couple of them, that show that physical activity and risk of cognitive decline, a meta-analysis that showed in 2010 that physical activity reduced your cognitive decline and dementia risk by 34%. That's profound. And even moderate physical activity reduced cognitive decline by 36%. And then another study which was the mediation of cognitive function and improvement by strength gain after resistance training. That's a mouthful. And the effect of resistance training increased, you reduce your chance of MCI, mild cognitive impairment, and dementia significantly. Now, let me tell you what that is. Leg strength is brain strength. All strength and exercises are important for many other reasons, injury, resilience, keeping the BDNF going. But leg strength seems to be disproportionately related to brain health. In fact, in some studies, they found that people who had bigger legs had bigger brains. And when they looked at twin studies and even prospective studies, that actually showed that people who strengthened their legs actually increased the blood supply, BDNF, and even size of parts of the brain called the hippocampus, which is dedicated for memory at any age. So that's the profound effect of exercise. And here's a beautiful one, because it's so empowering. A Framingham study, Harvard study, and most of you are aware of this, showed that a 25-minute brisk walk, but the operative term is brisk, not, whenever we talk to our patients, they say, oh, doctor, I'm fine. I garden, I walk the neighborhood. That's not enough. You got to get tired. So a 25-minute brisk walk reduces your chance of dementia by 40%. That's remarkable. Why aren't we hearing about that? Because there's no money to be made. There's no pill to be had. You have to walk, especially a morning walk. It's amazing. So exercise is profoundly important for all of the body, but especially brain. Regular, moderate, strenuous exercise grows the brain. That's especially frontal lobe and temporal lobe, which is the memory areas. Sedentary behavior nullifies that effect, meaning that if you're spending 4 hours in a row, 5 hours in a row, sitting in one place, that's actually damaging your brain, or actually taking away from the benefits of that, even that exercise you did. So move, create an environment of movement. That's critical. The environment of movement is, in our household, Instead of a dining table, we have a ping pong table. So if it's not dining, we're playing ping pong. So the environment has to be conducive for movement, for exercise. We're talking about bands. There are bands everywhere. Access and availability is critical. Leg strength is important, especially as people get older. What's one of the main reasons people end up in the emergency room? Falls. What's the main way to reduce falls? Leg strength. So leg strength started early. Engage in strength training, as I said. Vigorous cardiac exercise is important. Don't think just because you just walk to the neighborhood in the park, that's enough. Get a little tired, get a little short of breath. If you have difficulty finishing the sentence, that's good. Depends on the sentence, but it's good anyway. And regimented, continuous dose of exercise. We're talking about at least 3 days a week, but it should be 5 days a week, 6 days a week. If you want to rest one day, that's great. Make it part of your life. It shouldn't be an extra thing. The more you eliminate the barriers, the more likely it will happen. If you have exercise shoes on you most of the time, if distance is a problem, bring exercise to your home. It doesn't take much. A little dumbbell under the chair, some rubber bands. Watching, this is a prescription I give often. Do you watch TV? Oh, no, doctor, I don't watch that much TV. How many hours? 5 hours. That's a lot. So make it a rule. At least 2 hours of it, stand up and watch TV. The other thing I do for those that have limitations of balance, little foot pedaler. If you're watching TV, sit on your couch and keep it moving. But every few commercials, rev it up. Then you've eliminated the clothing thing. Sometimes getting to a gym now, you have to be more dressed up than, some parties. So no dressing code, no, getting out of your house uncomfortably. You can do it in your living space. And it's critical. It's important. It's central to your life. So that's effective exercise. Now sleep.
Do we have a few minutes? I'm breaking a lot of rules. I'm sorry. All right. Cute baby. Let's talk about sleep. Sleep is incredibly important for the brain, and as my colleague, Dr. Stoll, so eloquently spoke about the importance of sleep, we wanted to kind of just highlight some of the things that happen to our brains when we sleep. So if you can remember two things, two very important functions occur when we sleep. And by the way, for the brain, sleep is the most important time of the day. The first thing that happens is cleansing of the brain occurs. Now, the brain is a very, very active organ. So imagine all of the byproducts that are created. The only time that the brain can get rid of it is during sleep. And then the second thing that happens is our memories get consolidated. So all of the things that we've learned, everything that we listen to, it actually becomes a part and parcel of our mind and our existence during sleep. They've actually done studies on patients, on students, when they study something in class and then they don't get enough sleep and they're asked or tested again the next day. Those who don't have a good restorative sleep actually score lower. So all of those crammings that we did never helped in school. All right, as far as cleansing is concerned, so let's talk about the sleep architecture. Now, we have these different various cycles of sleep that we go through. We basically go through 4 or 5 cycles every night. And we're awake, then we go through the rapid eye movement stages, then stage 1, 2, 3. The deeper stages of sleep are the ones that are critically important for the janitorial system in our brain to get activated. We have a very dedicated system called the glymphatic system, which is comprised of vessels, lymphatic vessels, and then cells called microglia. Now, these microglia, they're like essentially a cell that wake up and they get activated when we go through the deeper stages of sleep. So say, for example, if there's a lot of noise, or you're feeling hot, or you've just eaten, or you've had too much coffee like I did last night, you never go through the deeper stages, and the microglia and the glymphatic system never get activated. So they never clean up the brain. And this is what the glymphatic system looks like. I am fascinated by it, and I could talk to you guys about for hours, but maybe at some other time. But, it basically, the vessels reverberate, the arteries, and it just causes this fluid flow that picks up all of the byproducts and dumps it into the lymph and then basically into the veins. But when we don't sleep, the glymphatic system never gets activated, and there's deposition of all of these byproducts that over a long period of time include beta amyloid, the bad protein that is associated with Alzheimer's disease. They've actually done studies. Now, this is kind of scary, that even one night's of sleeplessness or sleep deprivation actually increases the beta amyloid protein in our cerebrospinal fluid. So that's the impact that it has, and it's really important for us to hit those deep stages. I wanted to take this opportunity to talk about the epidemic of sleep apnea. Now, sleep apnea is a condition where people stop breathing when they're sleeping, and it's very, very common. And as physicians, we're not really doing a good job talking about it with our patients. It increases the risk of stroke, depression, anxiety, headache, obesity, and in a recent study from University of Florida, people who didn't have any treatment for their sleep apnea, they had a 70% increased risk of developing Alzheimer's disease, which kind of makes sense. If you keep on waking up and never hit those deeper stages of sleep, your brain is riddled with amyloid. And treatment reverses risk. So what is sleep hygiene again? Creating a ritual, going to bed at the same time, waking up at the same time, sleeping in silence and in the dark, lowering the temperature, eating at least 2 hours before sleep, not just right before bedtime, not smoking, not drinking alcohol, taking a walk in the morning, because that is the time when our brain starts secreting melatonin. We actually get ready to go to bed first thing in the morning, so it sets that clock for us. No caffeine in the afternoon, as Dr. Stoll actually mentioned all of these points earlier too. No electrical appliances. Our bedroom should be a very quiet, calm, dark place, and we should park our thoughts outside of our mind, either writing it in a journal or with cognitive behavioral therapy, which is a wonderful science of addressing these emotional anxieties or situations that doesn't let us sleep because of all these running thoughts. Dean will talk a little bit about Optimize, and then we're good.
So this won't be long because I'll be talking about this indirectly in an hour or so. But optimizing mental activity is pushing your brain, challenging your brain. As it happens, it's probably one of the most important factors for our brain resilience later on. Everything that the data that's coming to us, those who have challenged their brain throughout their life actually are able to withstand dementia much better than any other population. So, and when we did this study, and I'll talk about it later, complexity, purpose, and challenge. This is going to be like one of those movies where I leave a cliffhanger, so you have to come back. This is a cliffhanger. It's a very, very good movie, by the way. Yeah. So we're proud of our work because our work is in the communities. We've been working in the communities for the last 10 to 15 years. In fact, we would work part-time in the clinics, and then we would go to the communities and speak, make relationships, start studies. And right now we have the largest initiative for brain health in the African-American communities, Filipino and other communities. And we're hoping to make it global, which is first and foremost, spread the message that you just heard. That dementia, stroke, cognitive diseases, for the most part, if started early enough, can be prevented. Cognitive decline can be averted. And more importantly, maintaining sharp brains can be had without paying for pills, without having to get any kind of accessories. It is with simple things that you can institute in your home and your household, but making it part of your life, not as an extra thing, not an extra diet, not an extra life, but as part of your life. And that will have profound effect on your brain. That's our work. And we also do research in those communities as well. Yeah, so that's basically it. And this is our first book, Alzheimer's Solution. This is our second book, and this is us. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Wonderful. I know that you are hungry for questions, but I want to be respectful of the time, so you hear me out. By the way, I just wanted to say, I didn't know that when you had bigger legs, you have like a bigger brain.
Oh, yeah?
I couldn't even, that's the only, my mom always used to make such a big deal about, bigger legs, but I couldn't even fit a hat on my, and I have a big, it's funny, but I'm at 5'4", and I could never fit a hat. My mom always used to say, you always have a big head, Sally, and I'm like, okay, but that's a good thing. Now I know something really new. I've got a bigger brain.
Absolutely.
Nice. Okay, so we're going to go on an epic journey today on what impacts the brain negatively, but we're going to break for dinner, so hear me out. I want you to come back, and I want you to kindly make sure that you're on your seats at 6:30, because we are still not done with Doctors Dean and Aisha. I also want to remind you, when you come back, should you wish to check out the next hall, they're going to be running The Psychological Element in Wellness by Faisal Al-Hamdan. And I just want to let you know that the speakers are going to be there for you. We have translations both in Arabic and in English. If you click on it, 1 is Arabic, 2 is English, and we've got runners in gray pullovers that will help you if you have any technical issues. You don't wish to use the headset for questions, we've got speakers for you that are going to be running around. So 6:30, back in your seats. We're going to still be not done with those two amazing doctors. Enjoy your dinner. Thank you, guys. Dishes. There was a cooking class. The chef was amazing. What's coming up next? As I said before, the psychological element in wellness by Faisal Al-Hamdan is in the next hall. What about now? Right over here. Well, if we get depressed, we feel stuck. Is it possible to empower people to think down their anxieties? Maybe. For example, by thinking of creating new habits, creating new values, creating less triggers in our lives. Is that the opportunity that we all have today? What can we control without zapping ourselves, without putting pills in us? Is it true how we feel is in our command? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Our next distinguished speaker, talk about managing stress to build your brain, Dr. Dean Shazai. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have the clicker?
Can we get the clicker? Can we get the clicker? All right, it's coming through. So I'm going to take this opportunity just to remind you again, there's ample time for questions when Dr. Dean is done. Our headsets, we have speakers, runners, so make sure to submit your questions through the pigeonhole. If you don't want to do that, we're going to have speakers as soon as Dr. Dean is done. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming again. This is a very important and timely topic, stress. We've experienced stress during COVID. It's part of our life in general, but this situation with COVID has actually accelerated that, made it more evident to all of us. I mean, the studies are fairly obvious that it's affecting our children, it's affecting our elderly, it's affecting everybody in our families. Stress is in our brain, or more importantly, how we perceive stress comes from our brain. That perception, more than the stress itself, is the most important factor. So it's the perception of stress that is the most important thing that we have to address. The other thing I want to say today is that I hope that when I'm done with this talk, it's not just another talk that gives you some background as far as science, but some really actionable factors that you can bring into your life to manage stress. We've learned so much more about stress and just in the last few years because we know the effect of stress on brain and all our other systems as well. Our current approach to stress, which is all stress is bad, it shrinks the brain, it leads to chronic diseases like dementia and stroke. We need to lead a life free of stress. Isn't that your perception of stress? Can I get some definitions from the audience? Just short, what do you think is stress? We always talk about stress. It's a general feeling, but do you have a specific name to something? I always say if you don't have a good description of something, you have no control over it. So what do you think is stress? Loss of control. Do you think that opposite of stress is this? On the beach? What would you say if I tell you it's not? This is not the only solution for stress. The reason we think of this is because we think that the stress is always bad and just relaxation is the cure. It couldn't be further from the truth. In fact, studies have shown, you've heard about nutrition, one of my masters is nutrition, my wife is a nutritionist and a culinary artist. I always worried that she would get mad if I put down nutrition. Nutrition is extremely important, so no stress in our family. But exercise is important. But the most important thing we can do is stress management because it has two sides to it. Let's get to why that is the case. We talked about this earlier a couple of times. Your brain is 3 pounds, 1,400 grams, 1 quadrillion connections, uses 25% of your body's energy, up to 40% of your oxygen at times. This little thing, why? Why do you need, I mean, if the whole point was just survival and running away from a bear, that was easy. Well, it wasn't easy, but it happened. You could do it. Other animals do it better. Cheetahs do it better, right? So why do we need this brain? That's where the answer lies. stress is not only bad stress. We need the brain because the brain has incredible purpose. It's there to explore. I mean, look at the lengths that humanity has gone into to explore Antarctica. You know, far reaches of the world, the highest peaks, the lowest oceans. We're going to Mars. What is that about? Because you know where that's coming from? From that brain. So obviously, the only purpose of that brain is not to reproduce and eat and run away from things. It's this, to explore. It's to cooperate. I saw the picture of the future, the tallest building in the world in Saudi Arabia. That doesn't take one person. It takes thousands of people working together, collaborating to make something happen. You know the picture on the left? Those were the greatest scientists of the turn of the century. You'll recognize some of them, Madame Curie, Planck, Einstein. They worked together. That's the purpose of the brain. Collaboration, cooperation. The picture on the right is where we went. We had the honor of giving a talk at JPL. They call it the center of the world because all of the satellites are controlled from that room in the world. And there's a plaque that says center of the world. And these amazing brains working together to get us to the moon, that takes cooperation. That's not that relaxing picture on the beach. That takes a lot of stress. That takes a lot of push. It's cooperation. The other purpose of the brain is to innovate, to create, to invent. We have 2 teenage children. From the very first day of their life, and I mean first day of their life, it was about innovation. And you should see how they took to it. It's almost as if the brain was programmed to innovate, to find, to learn, to expand more than eat, more than breathe oxygen. That's the purpose of the brain. That's why we're here. You could be at the beach, but you're here listening to this guy that's coming here and saying things. Hopefully some good things, but saying things. That because it's all of us are learning from each other. During dinner, we're talking to people, and that energy of communicating, collaborating, coming up with ideas, that's the purpose of the brain. I'm getting somewhere with this when it comes to purpose and stress. It is to experience life. I say to people, you know, I'm a physician, but I play guitar badly, terribly. I mean, really badly, but I enjoy it. Aisha is an amazing singer. That's all I have to say. I'm a little jealous. But there's those that do and those that create. And I hope that all of us who do also create, because there's a creative physician. There's a creative architect. There's a creative painter. Well, painter, yeah, but creative anything, organizer, because it's how you see the world. That's the purpose of the brain. And I hope those 2 on the upper right, the older husband and wife, that will be Aisha and I, because we're learning dancing, and she has a lot of injuries from my dancing. So yeah, we might get there. So the secret is that stress is not just bad stress. This is not a play on word. This is not a cute thing. I went through all of that to show you that there's a good stress. In fact, the very purpose of the brain, the very reason the brain exists, the very reason the tool that you can use to expand the brain is good stress. When you study for those long exams, and if you did well, afterwards, the satisfaction is not just dopamine release. It's not just oxytocin. It is connectivity. I explained earlier, you have 87 billion neurons. They can make a couple of connections, but they can make 30,000 connections each. They don't make just 30,000 connections by just watching, what is it, the New Jersey Housewives? That's the only thing I can think of, or Kardashians. And I'm not nothing against them. I like them, but I don't know. But it's about the fact that you're pushing your brain that makes those connections. It's the push of the brain that makes 30,000 connections. Now, of all the things we talked about, did anybody tell you that you could make 30,000 connections times 87 billion? Of course, the math of brain doesn't work like that. It's plus or minus and all that, but that's remarkable. And that happens when you stress your brain, when you push your brain with ideas. In fact, our study in 2018 showed that. So start with good stress and bad stress, because that's where management starts. That's what, those of you who have kids, that's where management starts. The rest of us, whether we have things, money, cars, houses, or we don't, none of those can get you cognitive prowess, capacity, disease prevention, and happiness without the good stress, if you're not pushing your brain for a higher level. So let's start with bad stress. This is, I think, a good description of what bad stress is. Bad stress is ideas, behaviors, emotions, and actions that don't serve your purpose. They are not time-bound. They don't have clear successes. You don't have a measure of control over them. What is that like? So you're working and you're doing the same thing over and over again, not your purpose. I'm not saying all job. I'll get to the fact that how you can change your job to one that's good purpose, good stress. You're doing something over and over again, faxing and copying or this or phone calls. It's not time-bound, meaning how long do I do this until there's a success? Your entire brain satisfaction system is based on dopamine, and dopamine works on checks. You know those gambling places, which I've never been to? They are based on that. When there's a click, there are better psychologists in Las Vegas than there are in Harvard. They know that by that success, the sound of success, you are addicted to that behavior. That success is critical. If you don't have a measure of success, if there's not a time-bound success, it's continual long-term tension, negative, bad stress. That's literally the secret to life. Look at this. I'm giving you the secret to life. It's bombastic, but that's okay. The physiological responses of how the brain responds to stress, there are many, but I'll focus on two. There's the limbic hypothalamic pituitary axis. I actually looked at 1,000 slides at UCSD, which has the largest brain bank in the world. That was the most painful year of my life during fellowship. Those of you who do fellowships, they put you through a lot just for 1,000, and looked at these sections of hippocampus and this system. So the limbic hypothalamic pituitary system, and then the autonomic system. These are survival pathways. These are the pathways that made you survive the tiger, the bear, any threat. And from the limbic system, your emotional limbic brain, which is the sides of the brain, whatever you're experiencing, there's an interpretation. That interpretation sends a message to a hypothalamus. Different kind of chemicals are released to pituitary. And pituitary, this little organ this big, the size of your pinky, small tip of your pinky, is the hormone central. That's where everything is controlled. So from that, you have hormones that are released that control the kidney, the uterus, the mammary glands, the thyroid, the adrenal gland, the bones, ovaries, growth hormone, insulin, pancreas, as we said, immune system, everything is controlled through this process. Now, the autonomic system is the other system. It's pretty amazing. It's almost like an electrical grid. The parasympathetic system connects in different places, and the sympathetic system different. The sympathetic system is called the fight or flight. That was literally survival tool, immediate. So again, that tiger, must be something about that. I think I saw the tiger show, whatever, yeah. That tiger is attacking you. The whole purpose is to survive. What does that mean? That means that I have to make sure that all the blood is pooled centrally, so there's peripheral constriction. My pupils are constricted so I can see better. My reproductive organs are diminished. I don't need to say anything there. Your immune system is diminished because I really don't care about my immune system at that point. I care about that tiger. My growth hormone is reduced because that takes too much energy. And so your entire system is shut down for survival. Now that's good, short term. But long term, it's not. That's the fight or flight system. Increased heart rate, bronchodilation, reduced gastrointestinal and GI systems shut down. That's why people who have long-term stress, their acid levels go down. They have more ulcers, lowering of the immune response, glycogenesis, building blocks. Everything is shut down except survival things. Now, the parasympathetic system is the opposite. It's the rest and digest, rest and restore, rest and reproduce. We want to live here. So we are going to today learn how to re-engineer our minds to live in this state. It is important. We have control over it. As much as we love food, blueberries and all of that, which is great brain, but if we don't do this, everything is a miss. So when you're in this state, me being the gazelle, one thing matters: surviving. The sympathetic system is in overdrive. Your heart rate's beating fast. Everything is shut down. The muscles are working hard. It's breaking down because I need energy right now. That's fine, short term. In fact, short term, it was actually beneficial. Studies have shown when you had short-term bursts like that and then released, you actually had afterwards reconstruction. You have building. You have growth hormone in excess. It's an important time. But what happens is, in today's world, that state is constant. It's not the tiger, it's the bills. It's not the elephant. I don't know why I'm picking on poor elephants. They never bother anybody. But it's your work, your job, the pressures of the household, children, teenage daughters. We know those. So lots of stressors. Well, teenage boys aren't any better, so I'm not being sexist. They're both. So this is a word cloud of stress that we live with on a daily basis now. It's overwhelming. 21st century stress, constant low-grade inflammation, constant overdrive of the sympathetic system, constant dysregulation of hypothalamic and pituitary axis, constant excess release of cortisol, constant reduction of oxytocin, and chronic reduced restorative sleep. We're talking and then how it affects your digestive system, your hormones, everything is affected. And it's not just for that period where you ran away from a tiger. It's constant throughout the day. So don't worry, there's good news. The good news I hinted at, it's the good stress. So good stress, take this down. If there's one slide, it's this one that you should take down. It's a simple one, but I want you to kind of stamp it in your brain. Our most effective tool for resilience, under our control, simple management tools, perceptual tools. So good stress is, actually this slide, driven by our purpose, activities that are driven by our purpose, have clear path to success. If I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I'll get to success. You don't have to get there, but at least have somewhat of a clarity. Mostly time-bound. It's not infinitum. If I work at this for 3 months, I will succeed. If I worked at this 4 years, I'll get my college degree. If I work at this for 3 years, I'll build a building. So it's mostly time-bound, and have clear victories. Clear victories are important. I don't mean the kind of victory where your son was last in the race and you gave him a award, but something that created a little tension, a little push, and then there was release. And that happens not just during that competition, in everyday life. In every moment you can create that mindset, and that mindset is critical. So some studies about stress and brain. The London taxi driver study is a very, very good one. This was before GPS. I was driving in Domino's at the time, pizza, and there were these books that you had to say J6 and find the place. And if you were late half an hour, the pizza would be reduced $3. You don't want to know how much I lost. So I lost a lot of money before. But during that time, they did a study. They did a study in London. Anybody who's been in London, which is one of my favorite cities, by the way, it's not organized like Chicago or something. It's all over the place. And these drivers, taxi drivers, at all ages, 50 on the average, 50 and above, had to learn all the streets, all the major roads. And 3 months, they did an MRI and a neuropsychological testing before the test and after. As a control group, they did the same thing with bus drivers. And bus drivers have same route, right? So it's not as challenging. And what they found was remarkable. These individuals not only did better after the exam, neuropsychologically, memory, executive function, things of that nature, their brains had grown. Their brains had grown. And now you think, wait a second, this was a tough endeavor. 3 months of long study hours, all this stress. How would it be beneficial? Because it had a purpose. It was time-bound. There was clear victories. You went from the degradation of the brain, which happens regularly, to building of the brain. That's how important challenging your brain is. The other study is the nun study. This is a very cute study. 900 nuns dedicated their time, life, body, blood, including their brains, which when after they died, they autopsied their brains. And all the brains were studied. This is in Chicago area, several universities. What they found was that a group of them had lots of pathology. So these people were not very good with nutrition and stuff. None of them were. So lots of minor strokes, mini strokes, brains shrunken. But this group never developed Alzheimer's. Wait a second, what's going on? And another group that had minimal pathology, they developed Alzheimer's. And it wasn't the genes, by the way. They had genetic studies. So what's going on? So after much studying, they found out, they also had written journals. All of them had to write journals. They found out that the group that had the pathology, yet they were protected against Alzheimer's, had a much more complex vocabulary. Much greater idea density. One of my favorite phrases, idea density. If I ever get good enough in guitar and I have a band, which is never going to happen, it's going to be called idea density. Idea density, meaning that their thoughts were more formed, more structured, more layered, more depth. That was protective, even beyond nutrition, beyond everything. Idea density. Protected them against stroke, protected them against Alzheimer's. So cognitive capacity, prowess, and connectivity was the highest form of protection. This is our study in 2018, Aisha and I, and we did a meta-analysis, which is a painful kind of study where we have to collect everybody else. And what we found was the same thing. When you looked at people who were pre-dementia, the thing that protected them was complexity of cognitive activity. And this is the thing, the simplicity of what protects your brain. The good stress. It has to be purpose-driven. A life without purpose, and I know this is not a scientific word, but it is. Purpose is a scientific word. For a thinking being, for a living being that has a brain, if purpose is not a scientific word, then we got to quit. The reason we're here is a purpose, to bring health. The reason we are here has a purpose, to bring health. To connect, to communicate, the things that I initially said. So purpose is critical. Now, purpose doesn't have to be saving the rainforest. It could be something as simple as learning a guitar or something, but it has to be purpose. It has to be complex. As much as some of you like Sudoku, which I hate, I have no idea why, but I hate it because Aisha always beats me at it. But Sudoku's good. Crossword puzzles are good. Learning a new language is way better. Learning to manage an organization is way better. Volunteering is way better. Learning how to dance is way better. Let me give you an idea. Learning guitar, my thing. I have to learn the language of, the tablature and everything. That's the left parietal lobe, the language centers. That affects that. I have to process it. Is it coming? Oh, okay. I have to process it. That's visual cortex. I have to process it as far as creativity, it's frontal lobe. I have to be creative. It's the right parietal lobe. I have to be emotionally engaged. That's your limbic system. That's the entire brain. That's no Sudoku. That's your brain on fire. So doing complex things are important. Real life things that serve your purpose is not just something that makes you happy. It grows your brain, protects you against dementia and Alzheimer's. And third, challenge. If you get good at something at one level, push it to the next level. I know some Beatles songs now. Again, terribly, but they're all 4 chords. Next level is, learn them better, but also songs with 5 chords, and so on. So push yourself to the next level. So complexity, purpose, and challenge is the very essence of good stress. It's the very essence of brain protection and brain optimization. That's from our paper. That's my daughter and Aisha meditating. This is a fake picture, but they usually do it much in their home, not on a beach. So, yeah. So as far as meditation and mindfulness, it's about becoming familiar with much deeper. So meditation and mindfulness, we've all heard about it. Dr. Chopra says all kinds of things that can, the universe and all. No, it's about finding focus, which we've lost focus. And focus is the gatekeeper of consciousness. It's the bottleneck. You don't have focus, no memory. You don't have focus, no processing. Processing is layers. Somebody can process 2 levels, another person 3 levels, if the focus is the gatekeeper. And so focus is critical, and that's what meditation and mindfulness gives you. The second thing it does is give you the power to silence the world around you at will. Not by turning on the radio or telling people to be quiet, by having the control to silence. And I don't mean just for the period of meditation. The idea is to get control over it. I was going to do an exercise, but we don't have time. But it's an incredible exercise. That's a 1-minute exercise that will show you that breathing and breathing exercises that allow you to focus 3 minutes a day gives you so much power and so much understanding of that power that you can then inculcate into the rest of your life. The point of meditation and mindfulness is not that 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. It's actually becoming familiar with that state so you can own it all the time, even on a stage or sitting in an audience. Because then it becomes part of your inner state of calmness and focus, which brings up the rest of brain's capacity. So the last thing I want to talk about, we talked about organizing how to control bad habits and good habits. We talked about meditation and mindfulness. The third is the words that you occupy your brain matter. The language that occupies your brain matters greatly. There's a Harvard study, an amazing one, where large groups, 2 groups, they divided them. They gave them tasks. They had to do a task, complex task. One group was given the negative words. Wow, it's tough. It's going to be difficult. I'm going to fail. All these words, negative words. Another group was given the positive words. This is challenging. This is good. That sweat that I'm feeling is the sweat of challenge. The heart beating, I'm competing. Positive words. Guess what happened? The group that had the positive words did profoundly, exponentially better than the group that had negative words. And they had done enough control, so it wasn't other factors. It was literally just the language that they occupied. It was one time. Imagine you constantly and continuously and ubiquitously change the language in your head. That language where you can't control the bad habits by reducing, eliminating, and delegating, where you can't increase the good stress by empowering, tooling. There are things we have to do. Aisha and I, because we love Loma Linda, but we live in Redondo, we drive 2 hours back and forth every day, 2 days a week, not every day, 2 days a week, because we love that work, but the drive is terrible. But the language in our mind is, and we solve a lot of problems in the car, and children's problems, and business problems, and work problems, but the language in our head, this serves that purpose. This is great. We have time together. We're going to do this problem today. Today it's this research. So that language takes the place of the negative, and that language matters. So the 3 tools of stress management, or better, more importantly, brain expansion, is manage the negative by identifying it clearly and specifically. Sorry, let's get that. And by identifying the bad stressors clearly and specifically, then you can affect them. You can eliminate them, reduce them, and delegate them. But if it's not specific, I don't like my job. Well, that's too bad. I don't like this part of my job. I don't like the answering emails, but I like the rest, and I want to be here. Then you do the positive stress. Oh, I want to be the manager of this division. Then you tool yourself by getting the education, the work, the positive stress, then you get control. That's the control. And then where you don't have control, you have the language. And then when you don't have all of that, or you do, but you want to add another layer, it's the meditation and mindfulness that give you awareness of the calm state and focused state. Imagine that power. That's remarkable. And I also told you that the positive stress is the most powerful thing for brain health. We think that, in fact, when we see people that come to our clinic that don't have that much education. We use education as a proxy, but it doesn't have to be education. People who haven't challenged their brain a lot during early life, where they did repetitive behavior, the ratio of dementia is exponentially more. But people who challenged their brain, whatever they did, but they challenged, I don't mean repetitively, but complex behaviors, they were protected in lieu of everything else. So that's important. Other things I'm not going to talk to you about, nutrition, alcohol, all of these things that cause stress and also destroy the brain. Enough people have talked about it. Using drugs to help you with sleep doesn't help. All of these are destructive. Today, we are so overwhelmed that most of the time we're simply floating in a wave of low-grade, purposeless stress. And we're unable to get to deeper levels of awareness, thought, emotion, and creativity. And that's what we should be. That's why we are all here. If we're healthy, but we don't have a higher purpose that gives us meaning, joy, pleasure, stress management, and direction, then what was the point? So we have to actually change from that by identifying the good and bad habits and strategically, as I said, work towards it. Bring mindful and meditation as part of your life, inculcate it into your life, and then develop the habit of positive language. Those are incredibly powerful 3 tools that will change our lives. It has for many parts of ours. And then that's going to help you have a life like this, I hope, and even better. Where that's my son and my daughter. My mother died from COVID recently, so she was an incredible chess player. I never beat her till the end. Playing chess, us in the communities in Alaska and Portland and other places, helping communities, and our podcast, and hoping those 2 people on the upper right is going to be me and Aisha doing dancing. And then you get to meet these kind of lovely people and work with them. That's a purpose-driven life that's managed, organized, and manages stress in a way where positive stress takes over the life. That's that. Thank you.
All right. Ooh, well, I've got a true story. Here's the funny thing. When I get stressed, and I'm just going to tie in this is actually a true story. When I get stressed, and I usually get stressed towards the really middle of the night, I used to walk out of my bed, go to the kitchen, turn the kettle on, and grab something to eat. And over the years, what I ended up doing, which is the weird thing that my parents thought was really weird, I did wake up in the night. I just turned the kettle and went back to sleep. I didn't have any food. Just reprogrammed it. So I thought that's really cool. Absolutely. So as promised, I know before the break, I wanted to give an opportunity for you to ask questions. So I'm inviting Dr. Aisha. She's going to be using the microphone. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to raise any sort of questions that you have. We will have microphone runners on both sides of the hall. Oh, the gentleman over there with the green. Yeah, there he is.
My name is Ghazi Al-Ahmadi, and thank you very much for a very enriching presentation that we had before the dinner and after the dinner. And they did recognize that more people, more audiences coming after the dinner. That means a word was spread about how good the speakers are, that they are, coming to this hall. Well, I'm having like 2 questions. One is more to the lifestyle and how things are happening nowadays. I'd like to hear from both of you, according to the social media nowadays and the intensive use for both young people and other ages, how do that impact the brain health? And as you mentioned as well, that we do, there is like a sort of cognitive decline at very early age, but we don't recognize that till it's too late. So that's question number 1. Question number 2 is more into the technological aspect as well. For people like me who raise children, how can we manage or set up a sort of reasonable guidelines and to convince our children that you guys, you have to be very, very careful and take care of your brain from this age. Thank you very much again.
Yeah, sure. You want? Okay, got it. You have a microphone. Oh, I have a microphone. Double microphone. Yeah. some cognitive decline happening here. I haven't slept very much. I didn't eat. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Jet lag.
So the children component, I really think that we need to, there's somebody here that's doing work on children's schools and bringing all this. It's so critical to start at that stage. We are great as physicians, and I'm not putting down physicians. It's just the nature of the beast, the way it's structured. It has a lot of great things, but it needs to be restructured. We are great at giving titles to things. ADD, ADHD, so on and so forth. And some of them are real. Some of them are real, don't get me wrong. But we overstate that instead of understanding the nature of the process. You know, taking a young man, a young boy, gatherer, hunter, giving him a sugary breakfast, then sending him to school to sit still for 8 hours with 30 other people. Is that even humanly possible? If I was in an era where they actually gave medicine, I would have had like bottles of medicine for ADHD. That we really need to start addressing it more holistically. Medicine has definitely its place. Don't get me wrong, my own family members that I've given to. But we have to approach it much broader way, which is in schools, nutrition has to be addressed. Exercise has to be, we're actually taking exercise programs out of American schools. We're taking music programs out of schools. How is that beneficial? So we have to approach it holistically and then measure to show. That's critical. And then as far as kids and games, I think all games are not bad, and we're gonna get better at this. I'm a big proponent of technology being used wisely. When technology is affecting attention, it's bad. When technology is affecting focus, it's bad. But if technology can be done in a way where actually it builds dexterity, builds focus, builds memory, it's amazing. So one of the things you can do is kind of pick the games or activities and give, of course, time-bound. The time-bound thing, limits are great. The limits are not punishments. Limits are human, and that, the way you, so give time-bound measures, but give them games that's a compromise, that they pick that have minimal effect on focus and attention and all of those things. And we do that with our kids as well.
Are there any other questions? Oh, one more. The lady with the green cape, please. Right over there. I believe the second row.
There's another one right there.
And there's two. All right, I can only take two more.
I see you.
Can I get your right over there? Yes. And then the lady with the purple mask. So we can get only two because I need to be respectful for the next session and for your evening as well. Okay. So we're gonna get the lady in green as well. Okay.
Hello.
Yes.
Good afternoon. I have a question: how we can make the balance between getting addiction to the stress that we are waiting until become like a deadline, then I will become more positive and start to get more energized to finish my task, and to make it a little bit controlled, to keep it positive. So how we can make this balance? Because as you know, sometimes we are getting addicted to be under stress. So it will become motivating for us. Thank you.
You want me?
I think what she's referring to is procrastination.
Procrastination, yes.
Yeah, so it's a demon that I am myself dealing with, procrastination and pushing things to the very end to get it done, and then kind of thriving in that stressful environment to get things done. I suppose creating an environment or a habit where you take joy or a dopamine hit from breaking things into smaller pieces. A lot of times, if there is a task at hand, we only reward ourselves when the task is completed. I think we are like that in every endeavor in life. We always look forward to the big outcome, but we never reward ourselves from walking on that path, being on that journey towards that big goal. So for myself, and from some of the behavioral neurological models that we've studied, is you essentially switch your mind and you give yourself a reward for doing the first step towards that bigger project, towards that end outcome. So say, for example, if a paper is due, I give myself a reward, not by food, but just some other reward, by opening up my computer and just reading a paper, not necessarily writing the outcome later on. I don't know if you had to add anything.
No, that's
else.
beautiful. That's beautiful. Why would I add?
Okay, so the lady in the green cape. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, doctor. My question is, how thin is the line between good stress and bad stress? Like, if I have a task to do and scratching it off my to-do list will increase my dopamine, will lead me to good stress. But what if I'm about to do this task, but I'm too stressed and too overwhelmed to do it, that I end up with a longer to-do list and increasing my stress, and I'm stuck in a loop between good and bad stress. So how do I tackle that?
It's beautiful that you're saying this, and actually this is a very common thing. It speaks to the first question as well. It's procrastination. Procrastination is anxiety reduction. What we do is, anytime there's anxiety, we're writing a book on human behavior, and anxiety is sadly, is the central driver or negative driver of behavior. So we all develop different weird anxieties throughout life, and small measures, small behaviors. Procrastination, we think, is a thing. It's a good thing. I feel good while I'm doing it. No, procrastination is anxiety reduction by delaying it further, which actually then causes further anxiety because of either inefficient work or not getting it done, and so on and so forth. The answer to that is, like Aisha said, this is actually, I apologize that I'm repeating you, but it's breaking behaviors and smaller behaviors and enjoying that. Literally, the biggest problem that exists is this. We always push things back, and we think this is a functional behavior. It's anxiety reduction. What you do is you flip it, break behaviors down to small increments, measurable increments, SMART goals. How many people here know about SMART goals? Specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, time-bound. If it's writing a paper, I did my dissertation just recently. Oh my gosh, and I'm a driven person. I would push it back months because it was just so daunting. Then I said, wait a second, the very thing that I'm telling everybody else, I'm not. Then it was 1 week is just reading 10 papers. Next week, it's the introduction, the sloppy introduction. Next week is the sloppy results. And then I felt good about it. I rewarded myself. We went out, and, all of that stuff. So every step has to be broken down. And if you bring that behavior into every aspect of your life, it's control. Right now, imagine how you're doing things. I have to do this thing, and that's it. There's no method. There's no system. Systems are important. Habits are important, but systems are even more important. Creating a system in everything where you're able to break it down, we're able to define it into smaller increments and get joy or find rewards or put rewards into every one of those steps. And when you do that, you get control over a lot of behaviors, so they don't come to the point of anxiety, or they don't become an anxiety, or they don't become a self-feeding anxiety. That's literally the answer.
Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Huge, huge round of applause for Drs. Dean and Dr. Aisha. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our last session, ladies and gentlemen. Again, in Hall 3, I've got the Science of Well-Being for Nora Kareem, if I'm not mistaken. Now we have a panel of discussion with the following speakers, which is going to be moderated by Dr. So. So please, I'd like to invite on stage, in no particular order, Dr. Cyrus Kambata, Dr. Columbus Baptiste, Dr. Alan Desmond, Dr. James Loomis, Dr. Janine McKay, or Kay, I keep forgetting, and Dr. Scott Stoll, you're going to be moderating that one. I will assist you with anybody who needs any help with any Arabic language. Just get comfortable, get seated. The speakers, by the way, if anybody is asking anything in Arabic, if you just turn it on to number 2, it will automatically translate it into English. Okay? Yes. No. If somebody asks something in Arabic, if that's. But I'll try to do the translation for you as quickly as possible to make it easier for everyone. Yes, please.
Why don't you come up? Come up. Yeah. We can't leave you out. We have to have you.
Okay.
All right. So this is an amazing opportunity for you all to ask questions. We have questions. So I have questions if you don't have questions, but I really want your questions. So we have some runners with microphones. First question's over here, Nora. I think right here. Thank you. We're going to get your exercise in.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I am Dr. Abdul Mohsen Al Sheikh. Honestly, يعني fantastic conference. Honestly, thank you so much for all the presenter tonight. My question about, as you know, we live in a big city like Riyadh, and we know now the main problem of the diseases for the brain from the stress. Okay, how we can reduce the stress for people like us who stay in big city like Riyadh? Yes,
It's a great question. Aisha, do you want to take that?
Well, I don't have an easy answer for that. But I think living in a big city comes with a lot of positive aspects. I'm going to steal something Dean said earlier. I think it's the language that we have of how we define everything around us. The positivity that comes with having resources around you is a big tool of managing stress. Stress is quite ubiquitous. I think all of us have it, different levels of it. They're defined in different ways. But I think one thing that is common is the way we describe it. And I think clarifying what those stresses are, instead of keeping it as a very fuzzy term, describing each an aspect of our life that is stressful in itself is the first step towards breaking it down and resolving it. If you come to our house, and I hope you do, in Los Angeles, we don't have a dining room because it's a ping pong room, and our living room is essentially a whiteboard room. So all of our walls are whiteboards, and every single day, the children and the two of us, we write down what are some of the things that are bothering us. And it could be, I don't like my sandwich today, as silly as that. Or it could be, I didn't really enjoy my interaction with the supervisor of a particular department at the hospital. And so defining that, instead of saying, for example, I don't like my job, or the house seems stressful. No, the house is not stressful. It's that, for example, that particular project that is not being done that is bearing on me, and that's stressing everything. And that is putting a very negative lens for me to see everything as negative. So I think it's just the perception part and defining it very well that helps a lot. I think that would be the first step.
That's great. Anyone else? Yes, I was thinking of you, Dr. McKay. Here's the mic being passed down.
I'll just add, because when I moved to Riyadh, I was very busy. And the thing is, I do love my job. My job wasn't a negative stress, but you have to find an outlet. So whatever that may be for you, sport, breathing, meditation, and building a community. Find people that are alike and hang out with them. Okay, if you're trying to do better, be better, hang out with people that want to be better with you, and it makes it much easier.
One last thing, at the societal level, it's culture. When you talk to businesses, the first thing they talk to you about is culture. Culture, I've defined culture as language that becomes ubiquitous tacitly in a community, meaning that you turn left, you see it. You turn right, you see it. You talk to somebody, they're talking about it. It's actually a language that imbues the society. When you go to Loma Linda, you'll see this. It's part of the religion, but you also see it in the walls. This is an opportunity here in Saudi Arabia, whereas in the United States, it's a little difficult to change culture because of multiple reasons, politics and everything else. Here, through bringing the language of change, the language of health, the language of proactivity into the schools, into the communities, it becomes a common language, which I call culture, which becomes more powerful than anything in changing societies. Another country that did this is Singapore. So you can do it at a societal level if there's will, by bringing the language softly from underneath of health, of walking. And you guys are doing this. I've never seen anything like this at this stage, where all of a sudden there's marathons, there are conferences. Yeah. Guess what you're doing? You're changing culture in a positive way. You're managing it. That's at the society level. And you don't have to ask me. There's the man sitting there and others, and the whole group here that's doing it.
We have just two more additions here from Dr. Desmond.
Big city life stress. spend time in natural environments. There's so much science showing that just spending time in natural environments, which after all are humans' evolutionary natural environments, reduces stress, reduces cortisol, spending time around soil and running water, and seek those areas out. You guys are doing a great job of incorporating those. I've seen the posters for Vision 2030, what the city's going to look like, what it's already looking like. Seek out those natural environments. If you were here for my talk yesterday, you realize the importance of the human gut microbiome. Where does our human gut microbiome come from? It comes from natural environments. So that would be my top tip to reduce stress in big city life.
So, I'm a primary care physician, and obviously stress plays a major role in almost every patient that I see. And what I've come to realize is if you think about what we stress about, right, you can divide it into two categories. There's things we can control and things we can't control. And research suggests about 90% of the things that most people stress out about are things beyond their control. So say you have you're on your way to the airport for a important business meeting, long way to vacation, there's a traffic accident, you're gonna miss your flight, right? Potentially very stressful, something you have no control over. But what you can learn to control is how you respond. You can yell and scream and honk your horn and go home, and it's gonna make you wanna go home and eat cookies and donuts because blood pressure's going up, you're not gonna be able to sleep. Or you could teach yourself some of these techniques through mindfulness to bring that stress down. And that will allow you to focus on the things you do have control on. Because when we're consumed by this stress that we can't control, we neglect the things we can. And what happens? We just get more stressed out, right? So it's really acknowledging the stress. It's okay, but understanding where it comes from and figuring out what you can control. Because when you can't control the stress, what you can control is how you respond. So.
Excellent, thank you. One more, yes, Dr. McKay.
Such a great topic.
Such an important topic.
So
isn't
good.
it?
Just to add your comment with nature, if you are going to go be with nature, take off your shoes. Get some energy from the earth, okay? It's called earthing or grounding. So take your shoes off and put your feet in the water, put your feet in the sand. There's actually some good research on how it does help you.
Thank you. All right, next question. Where are you, Noura? We have some in the middle here. Oh, okay, here we are. Great, please.
Hi. First of all, I would like to thank each one of you for helping us about how to understand our brains and to cooperate with our stress. So I have one question about how do we push ourselves from the feeling of drowning by overthinking that is caused by everyday stress, where you sometimes see yourself in a cloud or in a gray place where you don't know if it's a good or bad stress. Because for me, sometimes I feel even the simplest thing that, for example, going to the gym or hanging out with friends, it seems too much, even if it's a good stress to hang out with friends. But yeah, so how do we do that? Or how I convince my brain that to look to the good side of the stress.
Yeah,
That's
great.
it.
Dean, why don't you take this one?
Yeah, is this working still? Hello? Yeah, okay. So it's always important to have an anchor. There's a thing I've been talking about, which is islands of consciousness. We developed the first islands of consciousnesses, which is understanding ourselves at age 3 or so. Me, as separate from others. And sadly, in dementia patients, I see it go away at the end stage where then all of a sudden anxiety, and then it's gone. Why is it gone? Because they are no longer connected to other things, separate from other things, so anxiety. So islands of consciousness, one island is self. What's the next island? Mother, father, family. What's another island? Some passion that drew you, your work, your art, whatever. What's another island? Some people have, faith, meditation, something of that nature that really drew. So you have to go back. First, you have to identify your central islands, appreciate them, gratitude. Really connect yourself to those islands. Those are important. There are a lot of people floating, thinking that giving up those islands is their freedom. It's not. Those islands are always going to be needed. A personal story, me and my mother, because she raised me well, I think, we were always apart because she had given me the strength to be going away to Afghanistan, to this, to that, to Somalia, help out. The minute she was gone, boom, the island is gone. I realized those islands matter. Connect yourself to those islands. You have those islands. Those are going to come in handy when the cloud comes. When the cloud comes, grab the island. And then you can build around that. You can build your purpose again. You can build your direction again. You can build your guidance again. But if you don't have islands, the cloud will take over. I don't know if that was helpful.
That's good. Columbus, and then we'll go to...
Just to add to that, you know, the way I characterize islands, I use it inside of our equation that we say for stress equals demands minus resources. Oftentimes, we perceive that our resources aren't as great as what we really have around us. And our resources are comprised of our islands, our community. And oftentimes, when we're stressed, when we're feeling overwhelmed, when we feel that life's toils are really upon us, we just choose to sit down and not engage in other people. But when we engage in people, and this is what I tried to bring out a bit, is that we're able to release this oxytocin, this tendency when we connect with one another, when we communicate. So when your girlfriends are saying, or your friends are saying, hey, listen, I want you to come and spend time with me and talk and communicate, or anyone, this gives you an opportunity to express yourself, that language component. It gives you an opportunity for them to emotionally connect with you in this mirror neuron, and we're able to kind of empathize with one another. And that has healing properties to help alleviate this stress hormonally down to the level of oxytocin. So there's so much power in making these simple choices to engage with others that we have around us inside of our community, and then adding to that tangentially our activity. Right, adding to that tangentially these moments of things that really will build our resources to outweigh those demands, because all of us are going to have demands in life. They're going to seem overwhelming at times. All of us on the stage, all of you out there, and that's the only way we can overcome it.
That's great. Dr. McKay?
Yeah, I was going to mention also we have to remember accountability, because stress and stressful situations, it's really easy to wean your way out of a choice. Remember, not making a choice is still a choice. So sometimes it's just this 1, 2, 3, go. It may not be comfortable, and that's the thing, is that it's really, really easy to step away from anything that's uncomfortable.
Yeah, and I would just simply add, you know, like from a practical standpoint, writing things down, creating a plan for your week and a plan for your day, writing down your top 3 goals for the day, and organizing those things that would typically pull on you can really help to dissipate some of that stress. My wife and I typically do this every year. We'll go on a 3 or 4 day getaway just to plan our year. And we'll write down on a piece of paper, you know, the things that are most important to us, those things that may compete for our time and attention, things that we're going to say no to, and how we're going to actually plan out each month and organize that. And that helps tremendously. Then when some of these time thieves come and try to steal your time, you've already got a plan in place, you've organized it, you've written it down, and it's easy to kind of organize and protect that time. And it helps to dissipate some of that stress. All right, next question. Let's see, we'll go to this side of the room. Are you over there? Where's Nora? Where are you?
Hi.
He's over
right here.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes.
Hi. Just a quick one. So you were talking about stress. There are some people who are not aware when they are stressed because they're just on autopilot, right? They just keep going. So sometimes you said you got a plan, so that you kind of answered my second question, but you need to be on pause so that you understand where you are, and then you can start planning. So it's many people just keep going. So how do you get the ability to stop? And how do you know when you're stressed?
That's a good question. All right. Who wants to kick that one off?
I'm talking a lot, so.
Go ahead, Dr. McKay, and then we can pass it down to Dee.
Sometimes you figure it out when you hit rock bottom, burnout. Right, so that's one way. The other
not
way,
the ideal way.
no,
don't want to reach that point.
It's honestly not the ideal way, but it's the way you learn sometimes. You know, we make plans, we try to be proactive, but sometimes it doesn't work and you have to learn. I'm one of the people that have to learn when I do these things. So burnout, I got to experience it, but it changed my life on how I handled stress. And there's also people just running off adrenaline, but you'll see it in other ways. You'll see it in their health. You know, things like body pains, headaches, poor sleep, anxiety. These kind of things will surface as symptoms of too much stress.
Great. Anything else, panel? No, that's all right. Good.
Well, I'll chime in briefly with that one there because I can tell you, it resonates with me. So for years, I ran my department as chief. And for years, that was just life. So up constantly on multiple phones, constantly being available nearly 24/7, and that was just a way of life. And I had an edge to me. You may say I have an edge now too as well, but I had an edge to me. And so it wasn't until I stopped and I paused and I was silent. After I stepped down, I was silent. And what I didn't do during that time period that I was in this administrative role was that I didn't take time to rest and pause. And one of the things as I look back and I reflect, those few moments that I did, it took me forever to unwind, right? It took me, I don't know if any of you, that resonates with any of you out there, it took me forever to unwind. That's because I was tightly wound up. I was stressed. I didn't perceive the stress quite in my consciousness, but it manifests itself on a regular basis. And so I think looking back from my own personal experience, because that's a tough one, because when you live your life the way that you live it, you're used to just going and doing what you do. But I think if more of us can take time to pause and reset, that mindfulness, that mental aspect, and that's where the meditation and prayer become important, but even beyond that, just a day of rest, a week of rest and forcing yourself, your productivity will increase exponentially, and that's something that I spoke about, but I didn't practice at all during those times. Yeah. So that's what I would encourage.
That's great. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll make a quick comment. So, another interesting way that I found, so a lot of the wearables now measure heart rate variability, which is a sign of stress. And, some stress is good. And I used it in my training sometimes, athletic training, to see if I was getting overtrained. I might not perceive it, but every day I check my Garmin data, and some days I'll see, oh my goodness, right? Mm-hmm. That's a time to back off, to rest. Mm-hmm. So the wearables can be a tool, really, to monitor this kind of subclinical stress before you reach the stage of burnout and all that. And so, and listening to, it's a subtle way to listen to your body before it really speaks to you.
And I might add another more reliable reminder is your loved ones. And I think sometimes, because, being a doctor is a stressful job, I can relate. Residency, writing papers, finishing the book, whatever, preparing to be here, getting everything in line. Yes, it's stressful. But when your loved ones who have your best interests at heart, those who you trust, turn to you and say you're stressed, sometimes you can react to that. You say, I'm not stressed, I'm just getting stuff done. But if they've got your best interests at heart, just listen to them. So when my wife says to me, Alan, I think you should go to the gym tonight after work. I listen to her. It's better than a wearable.
That's great.
Yeah, that's
Dean has one more.
Just as a continuation of systems, I like systems, and you, Scott, you spoke about creating lists. As a system, it's good to have a system in place, which is values, goals, objectives, things of that nature. We, with our kids, about 2 weeks ago, we went over our values. And on the wall, we wrote, what are our values? And most important, not just the values to put it there, are we staying true to those values? Are we staying true to those goals? Why is that important, and not addressing the negative stress? Sometimes you're not even aware of the negative stress. Sometimes you don't have information. But by working on positive stress in a systematic way, that takes the space. When you're working on service, gratitude, empowerment, and knowledge, those things, they're big occupiers, aren't they? And when you're talking to your family and say, are you true to that value? Then that gives you a mechanism of truly changing it from bottom up. And we do that every month, where we come back to the values, to the goals. Are you doing it? Where is the stressor? And that actually also gives you a pathway to the stress, to this thing. Oh, you wanted to get an A in this class, and you didn't, and I saw you're sad. Oh, there's the stress point, because those become much more revealing when it's written like that.
Wonderful. Thank you. Yes, okay, right here in the front.
Hello again. Hello again. When I was child or teenager, we haven't heard about the Alzheimer like nowadays. Why? Because of the experience of our knowledge in that days, or the life behavior changed now. That's my question.
was the question?
I didn't really hear.
I didn't understand.
I didn't hear.
Yeah.
I'm going to repeat it so I understand what the question was. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear it very well. So you're saying when you were a child, you never really heard about the term Alzheimer's disease. Why is it that we're hearing it so much now?
Yes, yes, it is. Yes.
Good.
Well, that's a great question. It's not. It's so memory problems have always existed, and there are multiple reasons why we're hearing it so much now. I think over the past few decades, we've been able to have, some sort of treatments for chronic diseases that prolongs our lives. Where we have blood pressure medication, we have medication that protects the vessels in our heart so people don't die of heart attacks. We have medications that essentially prolongs our life, not necessarily improves the quality of life. And so as we grow older, and the world is growing older, despite having some treatments, we still haven't been able to get rid of the risk factors for the ultimate disease, which is Alzheimer's disease. And Alzheimer's disease is becoming more and more because people are living longer and we're living very unhealthily as well. But in a lot of different cultures, memory problems essentially were, they were thought of something very normal. Oh, grandma is forgetful, that's pretty normal, she's getting old. And so we never were able to label it. But now with neuroimaging, with neuropsychological evaluations, we know that this is not normal because we've actually seen models of successful cognitive aging where people live well into their 80s, 90s, 100, 110. If you come to Loma Linda, you will be surprised. At 5 a.m. in the morning, you go to the gym, and there are 90-year-old little women just, doing weights and exercising, and very, very sharp people. So the definition is changing, and that's why we're actually seeing more and more Alzheimer's disease cases.
Good, thank you.
Add one more thing. Oh, it works now. And also, too, we are using our brain less. Okay, we have devices, we have things to take over. We're not challenged as much. And also I spoke earlier about food as information. We're slowly poisoning ourselves sometimes with the agricultural processing, the pesticides, the GMOs, these kinds of things. So they just kind of build up, and it's just bioaccumulation. And this is why we're seeing these things earlier and more.
Right, thanks. Okay, next question. Where's our microphone? Here it is, right here. Great. Yes, please.
Thank you very much for coming here and sharing with us your knowledge. So I wanted to ask you about the role of dreaming in combating Alzheimer and dementia. So I came across a paper that was published in scientific reports, Nature Scientific Reports, and they looked at the role of functional connectivity and lucid dreaming, which is the ability to know that you are dreaming while you are dreaming, which is just another level, right? Because you have to be mindful and meditating all the time and so on. So I'm interested to know if you studied, or you're planning to study how dream journaling and remembering your dreams could combat Alzheimer and reduce it.
So I've looked into that quite a bit. So dreaming, as much as people thought that it was going to tell the future, sadly lots of people lost their lives because they mispredicted. It's actually a reprogramming of the brain at night. It's people who were in the computers, do you know defragging? Where you defrag, well, back then, I guess I'm getting older, and defragging the computer, that's what's happening. It's right information is going to the right place and all of that. That's why we're paralyzed, so that we don't live out the dream. Now, the lucid dreams happen for several reasons. Some medications like Aricept, some other medication actually bring it to the surface because they affect the deeper sleep. So coming to your question, why do we have deeper lucid dreams, and does this predict other diseases? It could. If you're not getting good sleep, you could have lucid dreams. If you're using medication to go to sleep, you could have lucid dreams. And lots of other conditions. Some diseases like pre-Parkinson's, 20 years earlier, people have sleep disorders. So because of the underlying disease process, your what they call your dream architecture, your sleep architecture is affected. And that's why you're having altered dream structure that you're seeing as more lucid. To the point that people can't even differentiate between what's reality and what's dreaming, to that extent. I see this a lot in Parkinson's patients, sorry.
As a matter of fact, now the guidelines suggest that if somebody has very lucid dreams, even early in life, it's not a bad idea to get a sleep study to find out what the architecture looks like and whether that could predict any potential diseases that could develop later on, decades later on.
Great. Wonderful.
I just want to be respectful. We've got 4 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, 4 minutes.
Hello.
Here's our next question. Yes.
I just wanted to pick your brains for a bit.
Pardon.
I just had a strange sort of thought. This last 100 years, I guess the lifestyle enhancement has been great, you know, but the mental health issues have been increasing. A lot of stress, you know, and life has been easier. You know, I think it's kind of cool that I can use this magic box from Apple and order any food I want, you know? So I just want to know, what are we forgetting? What's going on? Why are we stressing out and everything's much, much easier now?
Could I just put one?
Yeah, go ahead, Alan.
I'm just going to put one point to that. Have we enhanced our, you said lifestyles have been enhanced?
I mean,
I think that's an arguable point. Aspects have been enhanced. Some things have gotten a lot easier. Some medical innovations have been incredible. Some of the biologic drugs I can prescribe now to patients, incredible. The diagnostics, the wearables, incredible. But the sedentary lifestyle, the not needing to cook at home, not sitting down with our families to eat our meals, not walking, not having to exercise to live, I don't know if these are enhancements. I think a lot of the lifestyle enhancements have taken us away from our natural environment. And as we've all spoken about, many of these lifestyle enhancements have not enhanced our health, quite the opposite. And I guess that's why we're here. That's why we spent these last few days here, to share that evidence with you.
That's right.
Yeah, I'll comment on that as well. You know, it's this idea that you can't just change one thing, right? So we have cars. Cars are great. Go travel. But what are we not doing when we're in the car? We're not moving, right? What was another consequence of cars? It was McDonald's, right? So you can't just change one thing. And although the phone in the moment may make it easy to order food, you know, what are we not doing? How would you have gotten that food in the past, right? So you know, it's this idea you just can't change one thing. And I think sometimes we focus on the one thing that changed that's good, but we don't see all the other things that change. You know, you give someone an antibiotic, they get better. What happens to their gut microbiome, right? It gets worse. So although some of those things are positive, we overlook oftentimes this whole kind of all the other things that flow. You know, you throw the rock in the water and all those ripples that go out. We sometimes don't see those and how they affect our lives.
That's right. That's good. All right, we have time for one more question.
one more question.
I wish we had another hour. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Please.
So I have like a broad question, not on any particular health topic, but like a meta question with regards to communicating all the different details and nuances when it comes to, you know, nutrition, lifestyle enhancement, all of this. So basically, whether it's, you know, neurology, neuroscience, the microbiome, the gut-brain axis, obviously this is a huge subject with so many details and nuances, and you can read for hours and hours, for years and years, and you'll still be learning. So from my perspective, it's really the details that matter, and whenever someone delves more into the details and they delve more and more and they don't just have a superficial understanding of this stuff, that's what really makes an impact on their lives. So I just wanted to ask you guys, how do you communicate all the different details which are most impactful in people's lives? How do you communicate these to the public when maybe, you know, the general public don't have the time to go into these details, or don't have the expertise or whatever, or the scientific literacy, or whatever the different reasons are? How do you go about and communicate all the different details, whether it's behavioral aspects, or, you know, it's nutritional, or whatever else?
No, thank you. I'm going to ask Cyrus,
Yeah.
who hasn't spoken yet.
Here we go. Okay, so it's a very good question that you ask, and I think a lot of people who are in the process of performing lifestyle change and feel the effects of it, whether it's by improving your exercise regimen, intermittent fasting, changing to a plant-based diet, you feel the effects and you want to be able to share those effects with other people. And so a lot of the times what people do when they transition to a plant-based diet, they feel more energy and maybe they start losing weight and they get excited about it, and then their mission becomes, oh, let me go tell everybody I know about it. I'm going to tell my mom, I'm going to tell my dad, I'm going to tell my patients about it, and you start forcing this information upon other people. And oftentimes people they're not receptive to that information if they feel like you're pushing it upon them. So what I've learned over the course of time is that the best way to communicate with other people when it comes to lifestyle change is to allow them to ask you. And it may seem strange that you can't really like push information at people, but oftentimes if you perform the actions that you know are going to improve your life, and you are that shining beacon and you are that example, then people will naturally come up to you and say, hey, what are you doing? How did you do this? Explain to me why you lost weight. Why do you have so much energy? How come you're working out so often? What are you doing? And as soon as you get a little bit of interest, then you can start to penetrate and you can start to teach people a little bit. And by giving them sort of like bite-sized pieces of like, oh, this is why this is important, and this is why this is important, and here's how you can take care of your mental health, and here's how you can take care of your blood glucose, and here's how you can take care of your heart health, then people start to become more receptive and don't feel like they're getting downloaded too much information that becomes overwhelming. Yeah. Does that make sense?
That's great. Thank you.
That's great. I'm going to just,
I was going to make one more quick comment.
All right.
You know, with my patients, you know, in the kind of mainstream Western sick care that we offer, there's this perception: if I'm not sick, I must be well, right? So to give you wellness is the absence of illness, and so it's really just presenting an alternative view of what it really means to be well. And you don't force it; you just explain. You know, I know you don't feel sick, but this is what wellness is, right? And whatever help you need getting from where you are to where you need, I'm here to help.
Alan, last comment. Go ahead.
Hello. And I just wanted to add to that. I mean, you mentioned complexity, okay? I'm so privileged to sit with this group. We are dedicated to healthy diet and lifestyle advice and evidence, but we're dedicated to the medical evidence. We are evidence-based practitioners. So what we tell you is based in very complicated, standalone science. But I'm going to tell you a secret. It's really simple. It's really, really simple. So you mentioned the gut microbiome, my pet topic, okay? 100 trillion organisms, more genes, 150 times more genes than the rest of your human body. You know, I've spent thousands of hours of reading microbiome research. If I want to tell you 5 things to improve your gut microbiome that are evidence-based, it's eat a whole food plant-based diet. Definitely. Covered that in detail yesterday. Exercise definitely benefits your gut microbiome. We've seen those studies, you know, elite athletes have a healthier and more diverse gut microbiome independent of dietary intakes. Spend time in natural environments. Benefits our gut microbial health. The diversity of microbes comes from natural environments. Good sleep. Some researchers feel that our gut microbes help to determine our day and night cycle and contribute to it. We know that jet lag, sleep deprivation has negative impacts on our gut microbiome. And then avoiding unnecessary medication. Jim spoke about the effect of antibiotics. Antibiotics are great, they've added years to life expectancy, but just avoiding unnecessary antibiotics. Now, those 5 tips are based on hundreds of scientific papers, and they're the same 5 things that everybody on this stage has been saying for the last few days. So that's the secret. It's actually really, really simple.
That's right.
Lovely.
Very good.
So I'm just going to ask you to comfortably get seated as we conclude today's session. That was the last session for us with those amazing distinguished speakers coming from all around the world just to be here with us today. Dr. Stoll, any last words to wrap up the event?
I sure do. Thank
Yes.
you. I have a couple of slides. Not a long slide, but first, on behalf of Prince Khalid, the SFA organization, we just want to thank you for attending. We thank you for believing in us and believing in this topic. And it's our hope that in attending this conference, you don't just take away information. We hope that you leave empowered and that you actually become ambassadors of this message. And as Alan just so elegantly shared, it's just sharing in love, lead with love, to the people around you, First, by your own example, and second, by just sharing your experience, the power of a lifestyle to enhance their life, prevent, suspend, and reverse disease, and build a powerful community of health in the area. I want to thank the Mice International, Karina, Simona, Noura, and the entire team for the incredible production that they've put on this week. We want to thank our amazing MC,
Thank you so much.
who's done
Thank
an
you.
amazing job,
Thank you so much.
please.
Thank you. I appreciate your
It was
time.
such an honor to have you.
Thank you so much.
We're delighted. And we want to thank our speakers. This is really the cream of the crop in this area, and they've all come because they believe in what you all are doing here in Saudi Arabia. So we want to thank you. Can I just have those couple of quick slides? You know, 2019, I shared a story. It's a Middle Eastern proverb about a young boy that was crossing the desert, wanted to visit his family. And so as he was crossing the desert, he became very thirsty. He didn't take enough water. So he got so far, he used his hands, he dug down, he found enough water to drink to get to the next point in his journey where he became thirsty. Again, he had to dig deep into the hot sand to find enough water. Finally, he reached the other side. His hands were bloodied, his clothes were dirtied, and as he got to the other side, right behind him came another group of people, refreshed, happy, healthy, and he said, "How did you make it across the desert?" His hands were bleeding, and they said, "The most amazing thing happened. As we crossed the desert, we came to these wells at just the right time. There was a well, we had water, we were refreshed, and just when we got thirsty again, we found the next well." So what's the moral of the story for all of us? What you all are doing here in Saudi Arabia is digging the wells so that the people that will follow will be refreshed. There's a lot of work to do. We have government work, we have healthcare work, we have education, we have communities, we have activity groups, we have food systems that need to be developed, growing food, we have to create access. There's so many things to get done. And what's going to require of all of us is to roll up our sleeves, dig into the dirt, suffer a little bit together, but you're creating an entire system that will serve the people that are following you, friends and family, and creating this healthy lifestyle journey. This time, I just want to talk about ants. You know, we're often encouraged to look at the ant and ask, what can we learn from an ant? We can learn a lot from an ant, right? They are diligent, they're hardworking, they're strategic, they work well as an organization, there's amazing unity, they prepare for the future, they store up, they are aware of the seasons. We can learn so much from ants. But one of the things that's really powerful about ants is they're undaunted and they don't see anything as impossible. When they come to a barrier, they find a way over, under, around, or through. When they come to a gap, they don't look at the gap and think, wow, it's too far for me, I can't reach across. They join hands, they collaborate, and they find a way to cross, and some of the ants crawl on the bridge of ants to get to the other side. So I want to encourage all of us that are here, we're a community. We're operating in collaboration and unity to transform the health of a country. And it's going to take this type of collaborative effort to cross the gaps together in order to bring transformation. And so until next year, events are wonderful, but it's always my goal that the events are just really an opportunity to learn more, but to connect, to find each other, to develop relationships, to encourage and empower vision, and really for you all, between now and next year, to work together to bridge the gaps here in Saudi Arabia and build an infrastructure of health that will transform people's lives. So we cannot wait to come back next year. It's my belief that this venue may be actually too small next year because you all are going to go out and tell people. We all are fully available for all of you anytime. We believe in what you're doing here, and we can't wait to join you next year. So thank you on behalf of the distinguished speakers for coming and being a part of this conference.
So I'm just going to quickly reiterate, again, would like to thank His Royal Highness Prince Khalid bin Al-Walid bin Talal Al Saud, President of Saudi for Sports for All Federation SFA, and his impeccable team. On behalf of LEC-KSA 2022, thank you everyone here and in the other hallway for being part of the event and being active participants. And I'm going to share with you one last few words, ladies and gentlemen. It's very okay not to know what to do right now. It's very much not okay to stand still. The only wrong move in life is ever standing still. Indecision will kill you. Mistakes will not. Ladies and gentlemen, small increment steps versus one big step is the name of the game. Thank you very much. Have a good night. We'll see you next year. I guess we should have another photo op to celebrate day 2 success. All right, so let's try to gather up somewhere here, I believe. I'm going to do, let's have a photo for LEC 2.0. So photographers, this is your opportunity. Your Royal Highness, if you want to join us. Okay. This is the opportunity. Click, click, click. Hang on. Are we missing anyone? Yes? Mansour? You can't hide from me, Mansour. I keep hunting you. All right. Ooh. Yes, there we are. Anyone else? Oh, we're good. Oh, we're good. No? All right. Oh my God. Finally. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. LEC 2.0. Can we have one with all the SFA team? Yep. Hang on. With you guys. We're trying to call them. They're shying away. SFA team, please kindly come to the stage, please. Lovely. That's it. That's a spirit. On the other side? Okay. Are we good? Yes.
Which camera? I guess. Anyway. صور هنا لو ادري والله في سؤال كلمه اسماء عبد العزيز
So camera guys, it's best that you take turns so that we can look at one camera guy at a time and then keep moving as a quick circle. That makes it really quick and then we can move on. So yeah, one cam and then do a roundabout, like a clockwise. Otherwise we will not know where to look. Oh yes, there we are. Okay. Good, next cam. All right, very good. Who's next? Yes, right over there. Thank you, sir. Who's next? That's it? And we're done? Woohoo! We're done. That's it. Well done. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.